All right, 6:02 in the Rose City. Time for Dirt and Sprague on Portland Sports Leader 105.1 in the Fan Sports Network. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Happy Tuesday, everybody.
What is happening?
We got to go back to work.
Got to go back to work. Week 1 to week 2, that's when you see the biggest improvement, right? That's what everybody tells me.
But guess what?
What do we got?
We got them, boys.
We got them, boys.
Wait, you weren't there in 2023? No, you weren't? Oh, okay.
We got them, boys.
We got him! We got him!
Now, was there a collective high five in the coach's room when he said,
Yes.
"We got him, boys"?
Yeah, that was from Lanning's press conference last night, where there's a James Crepey of the Oregonian likes to ask very long-winded questions and be a bit of a know-it-all in football, and he totally whiffed on one. It was something about coaching, experience against other coaches who were at TCU in 2023, and then Lanning had to say, I was not at Georgia in 2023, so I didn't coach in that game.
So I got a question from the Week 1 slate that
Yep.
ended finally yesterday.
Yeah, ended probably about 8 minutes into that game yesterday.
That's generous.
A little generous. Opening drive was nice, though. How about that opening drive?
Scripted opening drives are great. Ask Alabama.
Fantastic. Yeah, it was
8
fantastic.
minutes.
Woo!
I was like, oh, they're back.
Touchdown, baby!
Is Joe Tessitore newly divorced, or is he just trying something?
I don't care. I loved every second of it. Look, you and I are on different sides of this coin. Joe Tessitore is my favorite. I love Joe Tessitore. Him calling that game was perfect, and then him wearing the unbuttoned shirt with the chain, just a phenomenal look.
So I don't know why you pointed at Swag when you said you and I are
He's
on...
anti-Joe Tessitore.
I love him on boxing
He
and
hates him on
wrestling or
college
whatever.
football.
I think he's a little too much. He's just too over the top for college
I
football.
thought he
for me.
was bad on Monday Night Football. I was
Agreed.
anti-Tessitore for Monday Night Football because...
Agreed.
Now, maybe if you got him on the... Now, Tessitore doing, like, Maction, now I'm in.
See, what?
what's the difference?
Between Maction and Florida State, Alabama.
how
You
does
don't want him
that- I
don't
hyped
know.
up? That was a
Some-
massive upset.
Sometimes, though...
A 3rd and 8 for Akron. That's what you need?
On a Tuesday night in
That's
front
what
of
you need?
1,400
that's
people.
what Maction needs.
I would argue, look,
I mean, you're not wrong there, but
he's too comical over the top for the NFL, which is why I didn't
Yes.
like it. The NFL is, that's the man's league.
yes.
The NFL's
Button it up.
Buttoned up.
Get your S together. There's
Yeah.
no like overselling
your
a
man
3rd
meat
and
away.
3
No.
pass that you completed.
There's no Gus Johnson needed in the NFL.
No.
College is largely a joke. I think I learned a lot about college football this weekend that was like, yeah, that's college football.
College could use some preseason games.
Well, there's that.
That's
My
definitely
team
true.
had a preseason game. It didn't count.
Didn't count. Yeah, we're
fun.
just not count that one. Start this week.
But
Moving on to week 2.
the Tessitore Act for college works. He has Gus Johnson moments for me, which I think this is where I would reside with Swag of 2nd and 15, and there's a 6-yard completion,
Sure.
and he's selling it to you as if it was a 30-yard completion.
No doubt. He's a little over the top from time to time. I don't disagree with that. I like my broadcasters like I like my head coaches. I always want my head coaches to be aggressive. Like, what the
Aggressive
hell?
and brash.
Go for it on 4th down. What the hell, dude?
Let it
Talk a
all
little
hang
trash
out.
in a press conference. Like, don't be so reserved. Why are we punting here? Be aggressive. And I want my broadcasters, I'd rather have them be erring on the side of always being over the top than to not be over the top enough.
So my question, though, wasn't about his broadcasting
Sure.
chops. It was about his look.
It was
And
his look.
If you watched any Florida State, Alabama, you saw the look.
Yeah, they went in the booth, and it was
Open collar, gold chain.
I saw that right. They cut to him right at the start of the game, and I was like, whoa, I
Whoa.
texted you guys
Whoa.
immediately.
I hadn't seen it till you text. I'd missed his opening, like, hello, welcome to the game.
You
I saw
want
the
to talk
kickoff.
about always being aggressive.
I don't think I saw it until later in the game, too, because I was, bouncing around.
did.
They
I'm
did a
like-
booth shot sometime later in the game, and then I saw it. What
Yeah,
you
there
were
was
talking
one
about.
late, I think around the 2-minute warning in the first half is when you guys saw
Yeah,
it or something.
I was like, what is happening here?
Oh.
The glasses, too.
Is this newly divorced? Was he married?
I have no idea.
Let's see if Google AI can answer that question. I don't know if Joe Tessitore was
But
married.
I was like, is there a new production of The Godfather? Are they redoing Scarface? What are we doing?
He looked like a good fella. If you were to tell me he was somebody going to a bar to pick up a lady newly single,
He is married. That does not appear to be divorced.
That we know.
That we know of. Now maybe he's trying to hit on
Is
a
it
coworker.
in the process?
There could be a production assistant with him there on site, and he's trying to impress. I don't know.
I mean, that was special.
She okayed it then if he's married
She
because
did.
I can't wear anything about my wife
There's some
commenting.
ESPN wardrobe people that.
No, that's a choice.
That I
That's
applauded
a
it.
personal
Well,
choice.
they okayed it.
They did.
They didn't say, you need to button that up. You need to, no, we're doing
Dude, he
something
had the
else.
chest pubes flying, man.
Yeah, Daddy had the 3-day stubble.
One more button undone would have been great too. Like one more button down because it was just enough to like cover up a bit of the man chest, but one more down would have been
We
perfection.
cannot have him and Richard Jefferson now in the same. That's way too much. That's over the top.
I feel like though it was almost like a bit of the Pate vibe to it. Like I laugh sometimes at how dressed up broadcasters get, especially for calling football games. Like I do this sometimes even when I go call a Winterhawks game, and I'm like, why am I in a suit right now? They're going to see me twice on camera. Nobody knows what I'm wearing. I could have no pants on for all you know. Why is a suit mandatory? It's just like a rule of broadcasting that everybody follows. And he was still technically wearing a suit, just sans tie and a couple of buttons undone.
Yeah, but is it?
He went super cash,
Some people won't count it as a full suit unless you have the tie.
which I'm okay with. It was like 80% of a suit, and we should normalize that behavior. Why do we need our play-by-play guy wearing a tie?
Now, the unbuttoned shirt collar situation, what you just said struck me, and I was reminded of Walt Goggins on SNL. He had a skit where he was a waiter hitting on people's moms, and the bit was basically starts with about that button drop of Tessitore, and every time he leaves, he comes back with a greater pickup line with one less button.
That's what I'm talking
And
about.
eventually the
Tess.
whole shirt is unbuttoned. And he's like,
out there-
shh, just quiet. Adults are talking. He's like telling the kids to be quiet, and they're grown adults. Like, what is happening
I'm making
here?
a move on mommy right now.
You want a sourdough loaf?
Dude, that being a bit for Tess on Saturday, him coming back every time they do an
One
in-studio
less
shot
button?
with one more button undone would have made it even better, dude. That was the highlight of the weekend. It was a great weekend of football. Joe Tessitore letting the man meat fly was phenomenal.
Now, I will say I watched not nearly as much Corso as I said I would on Friday's program.
Yeah.
To be quite honest, I woke up in time to watch it, and I just started cleaning and getting chores done because I didn't want to do anything all day.
Yeah, you want to get it done before the football starts.
So the average viewership ranking was about 3 million. It was a high for game day ever. It peaked at 5 in the last 15 minutes. I was one of the 5.
You tuned in for the final segment. See the headgear
Yeah.
pick. I'll tell you this. I didn't listen to the entire thing on the drive down. I did have it on, and I was paying attention. I eventually turned it off.
I found myself...
And then turned it back on to watch the headgear pick.
I'm not taking shots. I'm just trying to be honest. I watched the headgear pick.
Yes.
Watched that whole last segment. I kind of was glad that I did not watch the whole thing. I did end up watching the special that they made before.
The
last
special's
week.
probably better because he doesn't have to talk a lot in it.
And that's where I like his pick.
Yeah.
And I know the crowd cheered and
He's
did
in the stadium, and
Well,
it's
it was
Ohio
cool
State
what
was
the
the first
band
game.
did, and
the band spelled out his name.
that was cool.
It was in front of the entire stadium.
Did you hear him talk?
I mean, he can't
Yeah.
talk
He
anymore.
can't,
He
like-
hasn't
I know.
been able to talk for a while.
I know, but it's actually gotten...
Yeah,
it was really tough.
I thought it was going to be more of like he's just kind of hanging out in the background and we're honoring him, and then he comes out at the end and does the headgear pick. I did not expect him to be on the stage the entire
He was
show.
He was actually, compared to some of the times last year, he was more.
I mean, everything was scripted. He had a thing
He
to
did.
read, and
And they had
They
an
gave him
in
the
and out.
drugs. They gave him the Biden drugs.
They gave him
Yeah.
the drugs to
Hey,
prop him up a little
You
bit.
got a State of the Union, buddy.
for 2 hours.
And we need you to perk up.
I thought he kind of, for everything that was going on, was more watchable and more with it than at times he was last year.
Well, if that's the case, then I would say it definitely was too long of
It
a
was
show
too
because
long.
at the end it did not come off that way.
No,
But
no.
now let me follow it up. He got every pick that he made right,
He did.
and every team he coached or played for won.
Yes.
It was
Perfect.
If football gods exist, that's your evidence that they exist. They gave that man who deserved every bit of his
Yep.
flowers.
Yeah, they shined down on Lee Corso.
They gave him the entire day, and he even picked the headgear, then leaned into the crowd thing, and I'm like, And then he picked it right. He got it right. Brandon Sprague was wrong.
I was wrong.
98-year-old Lee Corso was correct.
undefeated final weekend.
And I will add, without seeing a second, minus some clips on the internet, I know I will never be watching the Big Nooner. That is not television I am remotely interested in.
No.
Watching a pizza bite guy just constantly troll about how he's a Michigan fan. Not interested in the slightest.
Yeah, it doesn't appeal to me at all. It's one thing to be like a Paul Feinbaum, if you will, like he's an SEC honk and he honks for all of the SEC schools, and it gets annoying, but it plays to the fan bases down there. This I don't even think plays to Big Ten fans.
He's just actively trolling one fan base
who just won a national championship last year. This is why I said with Ohio State, I get that people want to call them Charmin Soft for kicking him out of the stadium. I also, if that happened, I get where they're coming from.
They maintain that wasn't true,
they're
but
still
he's going to lean
maintaining
into it because it's good for his brand.
I use the analogy, this would be akin to Softy being on a national show and getting invited on the year after Oregon wins their first national championship, and he's in the stadium trolling the fan base. Be like, no, I don't want him anywhere near the field for this. Why is he involved in this? It doesn't make sense, and I don't think it's going to drive any sort of ratings.
Just every click I saw on the videos that were released, I was like, okay, what's this one? It just was the same thing.
Yes,
it
yelling
was
about Ohio State.
Hey, what do you think about Illinois and this team? I think they can't beat Michigan still. I'm like, you're still
doing that, huh?
That's like a thing that...
Let's focus on beating New Mexico tonight and not having it be a little uncomfortable in the second half. Why don't we start there, Michigan?
I'll be a little fuddy-duddy, and I just would add, also... I don't think it's good for the sport.
No, I don't either.
Imagine somebody doing this in the NFL, the Andy Reid.
Yeah, trolling the Chiefs on a pregame show. It's a
you can
weird...
give takes.
Yeah.
A take is, I don't think the Chiefs will be the Super Bowl winner.
And there's fandoms and biases that exist for everybody, for sure, but that's a different level.
That was just active... Yeah. Like a Twitter troll, on television. I'm like, no, thank you.
The only bummer for me for the Corso end of the pick was the stadium stuff is cool and spelling out the name. The only bummer was it not happening in a traditional game day setting where the whole crowd is there and they're kind of,
in the stadium, kind of took it away.
In the stadium took
bit.
away from the end of the show a little bit, and they have to do that because all the fans got to go in because the game starts at 9:15, so you're not going to stay out of the stadium. Nobody will be there at the desk for it. That was the only bummer for me.
I would also add real quick before we get going here. I'm a liar. I actually did watch the Big Nooner. It was 9:10 a.m. and I'm like, why
is the game starting?
They hadn't even picked the game yet.
No.
I'm like, what are you doing?
They delayed the start of the game. It's not even a Big Nooner.
Make your picks at 8:55. Get to your commercial and let's do the game. I didn't need to hear Mark Ingram tell me
that Alabama's going to roll, Tide roll.
I didn't need those picks.
They're going to roll Tide down in Tallahassee. That's what's going to happen today. Not so fast, my friend.
Got the Gus Johnson, Joe Klatt thing going on. Just get me to them.
Can we start the damn game already?
Right.
It's not the Big Nooner.
I'm ready for Arch.
It's the Big 9:30 now. The Big Noon 30. This is ridiculous.
Dude, it was ridiculous.
Kick the damn game off. What's happening?
It was great, though. I'm sorry we were not here yesterday. I know some of you chimed in, but apologies. We've just, over the course of doing this, we have found that most people are not working.
No, a lot of people have the day off.
God bless you. Make that dough
if you were working retail.
Whatever your job was and you were working, God bless you. But we just have found that in the past, doing that show is kind of pointless.
I was so discombobulated last night that I included Monday in the show tease for today. And thank you to all the corrections. Yes, I am aware that today.
You put Monday
I
on
did,
the show
yeah.
tease?
It was late night. I didn't get my show sheet done until way later than I normally do. And I'm like, I got to get the tweet off. And I just typed in Monday, not even thinking. And then the response is, yes, I'm aware that today is Tuesday. Happy Tuesday, everybody.
I didn't get out of bed till 9 a.m. yesterday.
Look at you.
It's glorious.
Look at you.
I made myself stay in bed. I was like, no.
Not
Not 7.
Do it.
It's just nice to not have the alarm.
Yeah.
I still woke up, I don't know, 6:45, 7, which was
I have an
glorious.
alarm clock where I can't disable the alarm. It has to have some number that it goes off on. So I have to actively change
adjust
that.
it on days that you don't have to wake up for work.
It's actually more annoying than you'd think.
Yeah, slide it back a little bit. It still is going to wake you up.
Well, we're jacked. Obviously, the caffeine is flowing. We're ready to talk about week 1. We had one local team dominate. We had another local team, preseason exhibition game didn't count. Not a great showing. We'll see what they do in week 1 for them this week.
Can we trade for that quarterback? Is that allowed? College football trades allowed?
I want to have...
That kid, holy smokes,
Can I have a very honest conversation with you?
Holy smokes.
Because that game led me to have text conversations with Duck fans.
Yeah. I mean, he looked awesome, dude.
Hawaiian Penix.
Yeah.
6'3" Tua.
I mean, he's a bigger Tua.
Yeah.
He's not a tiny, I'm worried about your brain Tua.
Dude, he was... God, our defense sucks, but he was dropping darts,
He was
man.
dropping dimes all over the field.
He was throwing to spots, not players.
Yes, he was.
God, he was good. So good.
So good.
I didn't know that.
Would have been nice to have that information on Friday.
Yeah. We'll get to it.
Yeah.
Loaded show. Let's talk. We'll start week 1. College football. What did we think? We'll start there. Dirt and Sprague on 105.1 The Fan.
AM.
Not quite the start an old Belichick wanted, I would imagine, down at Carolina. No, that was not Jordan
No.
Hudson.
No, it was not Jordan. Well,
Although-
might have been. You never know.
I told Swag, I bet you Bill went home and she gave him a nice little, hey, let's end your day on a good note.
I'm going to file another trademark. What should we try and make money off of now?
Of all the times to be doing it with that age gap to get that do-re-mi, those are the nights he's like, you know what you need to do?
Listen, you got to be committed to the cause, all right? We're on to Charlotte, whoever the hell we play next week.
I'm on to Charlotte, you're on to me.
Let's go now.
Hut, hike.
Did you see his post-game press conference, by the way?
I can't watch it.
I mean, I didn't
He's
watch
so-
it. I just saw it looked like a children's birthday party. Go pull
the
up.
balloons?
Dude, he had balloons all over the stage. Like, what? And then he had this big clip that went viral of him saying they're excited to be on Hulu for their team documentary
Dude,
this year.
TCU is eating them alive.
They're
on
trolling
social
them.
media.
They got smoked by a furry last night, dude. That furry lit their ass up after the opening drive.
That's right.
They got
Hoover's
the
a
furry quarterback.
Dude, he's good.
He hung 48 on him. They took, I mean, look.
Would you be a furry if it made you that good at football?
Yes, in a second. Put me in a fox costume. Let's go. What's the fox say? Let's score some tutties. Dude, you texted this before the game, and I was running around like trying to get stuff ready. We had a busy day yesterday, but
Oh, I could tell.
when you texted it, I started laughing so hard because I had the pregame show on in the background, and for like the hour lead up to it, it went 45 minutes in before they even mentioned that TCU was playing in the game.
Yeah.
Like you didn't even know, like you just thought maybe it was a North Carolina scrimmage. Is it a North Carolina, preseason game? No. They were the only team, and Belichick was the only person talked about. And then TCU was like, hey, we played for a national title a couple
Teddy
years
Bruschi
ago.
on the set. They brought Randy Moss out there. I mean,
Anybody who's ever played with him or for him.
Whoever, like TCU people, because obviously the team was getting ready, but somebody in a suite from TCU had to be watching that and communicating down to the locker room and go, they don't even know we're here and we're on the field.
Is there any part of Michael Jordan that was like, crap, LT's 2 people down from me. I'm in this photo.
Yes.
There had to have been, right?
I know we both went to North Carolina, but
Yeah. And I understand he played for him. They have a great relationship. Some people will think this is ridiculous. If Oregon State ever had a Randy Moss, and we are what we currently are, which is not great, Bob. We'll get to that. And he chose to go to like fill in the blank USC football game and all USC merch because he played for a coach in the pros. I got to be honest. I'm a little upset if I'm a Marshall Thundering Herd fan yesterday. I'm seeing that. I'm like, really, bro?
Yeah.
Happy you're healthy, but you couldn't come to our game? I don't even know who Marshall played.
It'd be akin to like Herbert playing 10 years for Jim Harbaugh and then showing up to a thing at Michigan wearing all Michigan gear to celebrate Jim Harbaugh. Like, what are we doing here, dude? You did not go to school here. You can be there to support him. That's fine. Like, hey, I'm here in the flesh. I'll, speak fondly of him. But the full team gear? What are we doing?
Today is going to be a great day for overreaction.
Yes.
For redoing predictions. We might have a flip it or stick it
week 1 flip it or
on
stick
this
it?
show.
We already got
and
one.
I won't say who it is, but he might be wearing the team hat he might flip it on.
We're already flipping today, huh? One weekend.
But it's a good day for that, right?
Yes.
I'm really trying hard to not high-step Deion Sanders like on today's show about Bill Belichick as a coach.
Look, high step in week 1 is fun. Go ahead and do your high step.
I'm not high. I
Do
said
your
I'm
high
trying
step.
hard not to
No,
high step.
don't try hard not to. I'm going to high step all over a couple of topics today, so feel free to high step all you want, buddy. High step into that end zone. You're Deion. You're dancing. That was a pick 6 punt return back-to-back. Speaking of Deion, hey, I hope you used those 2 timeouts over the weekend that you didn't use on Friday night. Phenomenal coaching going into year 3. We've clearly learned our lessons on clock management. That was one of the funniest debuts I've ever seen. All the build-up, all the hype, all the months of talking about it. It's the greatest football mind come into college football, and it was over in the second quarter.
34-point loss.
30, like that.
That's
thing.
crazy.
You have that opening drive, too. They march down the field. Lopez drops
Crowds
a
into
dime. You're like, the running back, and you're like, okay.
It's the most points a Belichick team has ever given up, 48
in his
points
entire
last night.
career.
In his entire career.
Took one game of college. Like, to be fair to him, it's 80 new guys, but that's one of the reasons why we shouldn't have been that. Like, Deion had 2 of the best players in the country when he took over at Colorado. Did the same thing. What did they do in year 1 of Colorado?
4-8.
4-8. And a not very good an okay Pac-12. Like, that conference didn't have, would dominate left and right.
Yeah.
Wasn't amazing. And so I don't even think they played Washington that year, who was the best team in the conference and won the conference championship and played for a title. So we should have all expected that. But the problem is it's Belichick, and we talked ourselves into it for months. That was hilarious to watch.
Yeah, it was.
And if you're wondering what that came from, that was when it was 48-14
Yeah.
in the fourth quarter. They put a headset on Kirk Herbstreit's dog. That's how bad it was.
Again, not Jordan Hudson.
Did you also see him getting in some hot water, too? Herbstreit last night?
No, why Herbstreit get in trouble?
Well, I turned the game off at halftime, so I didn't see it.
I had it on during this point.
So I guess they came back from break,
Okay.
and there was a hot mic picked up of him saying, they're so bad. And then everybody started like, dude, you can't say that about a team. And then he was trying to explain on Twitter that he was saying it about a production assistant, not about the team.
You better be careful, dude. He'll block you the minute he sees your name
Dude,
involved.
go
in
look
any
at his
negativity.
Twitter account last night. He went on like a string of tweets of like,
Really?
how about instead of making stuff up that I said, we focus on how good we did calling that
Who
game.
did he say he was talking about then?
He said he was talking about somebody in the booth with a spotter or somebody made a joke. And he said,
Did it sound jokey?
You didn't hear the joke. You just heard Herbstreit saying they're so bad.
Right, but did it sound like a jokey, oh, they're so bad?
No, it did not. It sounded like he was talking about the team.
I'll tell you right now. I'll own it right now. I was in my living room. They're so bad.
They're so bad.
They
dude.
are so bad. I was looking at their
That was
schedule.
a very bad performance.
Someone was like looking at the schedule like, I don't know, man. This NC State game might be a toss-up. I go, it might. Are you watching the same football team?
Every game's going to be a toss-up for them. I think, did their quarterback complete a pass after the opening drive of the game?
Oh, let me tell you a funny stat. You want a stat?
What happened there?
This is a funny stat. There's a million stats you're going to get today. We're not even going to give you all the stats, okay? How about this stat? They showed a graphic that said time between completed passes was 2 hours and 7 minutes. Empire Strikes Back in Star Wars is 2 hours and 4 minutes. You could have literally watched the entire Empire Strikes Back and still not seen him complete a pass.
Gio was 4 for 10 for 69 yards.
I'm assuming because I turned the game off. I'm assuming he just got benched. He didn't get hurt.
He looked like he got banged up, but also benched.
Okay,
because I had a fumble.
Max Johnson was the backup, came in 9 of 11 for 103 yards and a touchdown.
Yeah, Johnson came in and instantly was better than him, but he had like a hit where he fumbled. The kid scooped and scored, and that made it like 41-14.
Right. I think he had 3 completions on the opening drive of the game.
Wow. How was he the starter?
Won the transfer from South Alabama right there, baby.
Although, you know who did start in 2001? Not Tom Brady.
No.
So does this guy know quarterbacks? I don't think he does.
It's Brad Johnson's kid to the rescue. Is that what you're telling me? Max Johnson coming out of the rafters to lead North Carolina to some dubs this season?
He also drafted Mac Jones. So
he did, yeah.
Maybe this guy actually's entire bit is, I'm good defensively, but I have no idea who's good on offense.
Can somebody find me a quarterback, please, for the love of God?
And one just kind of fell from heaven of like, hey, I'm here from Michigan.
And now I'm the greatest coach of all time. Look how that worked out.
I'll actually go to my grave defending that take. I have some bad ones out there. He's not my GOAT.
No, it's okay. He doesn't have to be your GOAT. You can choose whatever GOAT you want, man.
I think coaching tree matters. He doesn't have one to speak of. It's embarrassing how bad it is. Yeah. I think I'm comfortably sitting in the Brady. It
Not
was
a
Brady.
GOAT. More Brady?
I think it was more Brady.
70-30, 80-20, 90-10. What are we doing? What's the combination here?
You throw one out.
75-25.
I'm in.
Okay. All right.
80-20. I'm in.
Yeah, sure.
90-10. Sure.
Defense had something to do with winning some of those Super Bowls, but it's okay. He doesn't have to
what
be
are
your
you talking
GOAT.
about? No way.
None of those were low scoring like against the Rams, 9-3.
You know what Brady needed against the Giants in 07? Need to stop. You know what he didn't get? Stop.
Yeah. Where was that defense?
Where was that defense?
Could have won 9.
You know who came back, put him in a position to get a pick at the goal line? Brady. It was all Brady.
After everything going on with his girlfriend and all the trademarks and the documentary.
It's embarrassing. They did that to themselves.
Them having a Hulu documentary in a year that they go 1-11 is going to put a smile on my face for years to come.
I told Swag this. Like, you can say whatever you want about the broadcast and how much we talk about them. They did a lot of this themselves.
Yes, they did.
They trademarked Chapel Bill.
Yep.
They did that 60 Minutes interview, which was a disaster. Pablo Torre exposed how weird everything is, and it's been operating. He's doing a documentary along the season. When has he ever wanted to do that?
Never. That's what happens when you get a young girlfriend.
Yeah.
She's selling him on stuff. The old Bill's dead, man. We got a new Bill doing beach photos on Instagram.
If I was an NFL team, yesterday was a glorious day for me if I didn't interview that man. I'd be like, yep, I was right.
Nothing to do with that guy.
That dude's
man.
washed.
Nothing to do with him. His man boobs look phenomenal, though. I mean, they're getting there. They're not quite Sam Pittman, but they're encroaching on that.
He's got very blue eyes, too.
He does.
Kept looking into his soul as he was down 48-14.
Did you see anything in there, or is it dead? Kind of dead.
Beautiful blue, but kind of dead blue, you know?
Carolina blue. He fits right in.
It does Carolina blue. More week 1. Let's get to it next, but first, Swag with the sports update.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
Brought to you by Mountaintop Metal Roofing. No maintenance, energy efficient, fire resistant, and a lifetime warranty. Do it once, do it right. Visit mountaintopmetalroofing.com. First on the Fan, the opening weekend of the college football season, ending with a thud in Chapel Hill. TCU Horned Frogs rattled off 41 unanswered points after North Carolina scored the opening touchdown, spoiling Bill Belichick's college coaching debut. 48-14 the final. TCU quarterback Josh Hoover, 27 of 36 for 284 yards and 2 touchdowns. After the Ducks' easy Week 1 win, Oregon a 28-point favorite over Oklahoma State, who comes to Autzen this Saturday. Meanwhile, the Beavers look to bounce back after their season-opening loss to Cal. They are 3-point favorites over Fresno State Saturday afternoon at Research Stadium. To the NFL, reports from L.A. indicate the Rams plan on Matthew Stafford being ready to start their season opener against the Houston Texans, despite the issues with his back. New Packers linebacker Micah Parsons said he'd take an injection in his sprained back in order to play in Green Bay's opener against the Lions. And Chargers running back Najee Harris has been cleared to play Week 1 against the Chiefs in Brazil after an eye injury kept him out of most of training camp. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigard from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The home of FM and 1080 AM.
All right, the poll question is up at Dirt and Sprague this Tuesday morning. Did last night prove it was more Brady than Belichick in New England, yes or no? Split so far. I don't know what we're watching there.
I don't mind the take. High stepping allowed on the Tuesday show of week 1.
Look, if we're being honest, no. But my God, the way one ended versus how this one's going is
the guy moved on and won a Super Bowl without him. Yeah. And this guy drafted Mac Jones, and now he's at North Carolina dating a 25-year-old.
Look, I'm not saying he didn't have a huge hand. It was a 50-50 partnership, but that record without him is...
Not very good, Bob.
It's glaring.
Not very good.
It's very, very bad. Very, very bad. Mario almost Mario'd himself
He
on
tried
Sunday.
to. Multiple times he tried to.
He tried so hard.
He gave it all he could.
I think Carson Beck's experience might be enough, the kryptonite for Mario to
counterbalance the Morrowing.
Yeah.
4th and 2, you have a $2 million plus quarterback, and you're just going to settle for a 40-yard field goal.
Don't get it, man. They got a turnover up by 7 and ran the ball 3 consecutive times to kick a field goal to only go up by 10.
And by the way, for all the it went up 2 scores, Sprague. They tied the game.
They did.
They did come back.
Moments later.
That was a hell of a catch by that wide receiver, though.
Oh, my God.
That's one of the best catches we've seen in a long time in college football. That would have been intercepted had it not been caught. Like, you talk about swings in games.
The couch. I was like,
whoa. There's a safety right there waiting for that ball, and he grabs it with one hand. And it's funny, like, we'll get to Texas, Ohio State today. Like, the difference in that game is a 4th and goal and a 4th and goal. One team scored, one team got stopped. In this game, you win the game by a field goal, and the difference in the game is a dude made a one-handed catch at the end of the first half when time was basically expired that would have been picked if he not caught it.
I would take the caveat of college out and just say in general, it's certainly in a conversation of one of the best you've ever seen in your life. Just think of how bad it was, like pouring down rain.
Yes.
Soaking wet.
Yes.
He's in between 2 defenders, what looks like a safety just charging in on him. And he just cocks his arm all the way back and grabs that thing one-handed.
Right.
Very, very few times in my life during Saturdays, my family gives 2 rips about what I'm watching. They're just like, it's football. That's all they know. It's football. I started screaming and say, you guys got to watch this.
Got to see this.
You got to watch this.
It's incredible.
And those are the rare moments that they'll even be like, whoa, wow. And that was one of them. They were like, damn, that's a great catch. I'm like, I know.
Yeah,
I know.
Considering the situation, too, like end of the half, trying to score a touchdown over a field goal, guy behind you, like all the circumstances.
That won them the game.
It won them the football game.
It won them the game, that catch.
It was hilarious to watch Miami try and hold on to a lead and then squirm late. Like, their defense was pretty solid all night against a young quarterback, and then all of a sudden, late in the game, they have a blown coverage and the tight end's running wide open down the field.
Oh, it was a bad
Like, at the exact moment that you can't have something like that happen, their defense, of course, did that. But one of the reasons I liked Miami was simply because of the experienced quarterback versus the inexperienced quarterback. And I thought that showed early. If they played again in 7 or 8 weeks, we might get a different result. Notre Dame is a team that could scale up, but it was a really nice night for Carson Beck to remind people that he is a capable college quarterback. And it was funny for a guy who played at Georgia last year and they led the country in drops around him. He had no help at wide receiver, hardly at all.
They also reportedly threw him under the bus internally. Like, they were like, yo, you need to play, and he's injured. And
he's trying to battle through stuff.
I'm not a big Carson Beck fan. He had some off-season stuff. I think he had his Lamborghini stolen. A bunch of stuff was happening to him. But, like, he seemed kind of emotional in that post-game interview.
He seemed like he was a bit of a scapegoat last year, and I don't think it was all on him at Georgia, the reason they didn't have the year, even though they won the SEC. It's funny to act like that was a disappointment. I think they won 10 or 11 games and won the SEC. But he was really good, and he had a guy make a one-handed catch a year after nobody could catch a ball from him at Georgia. That was kind of fitting.
We got this clip from the post-game from Marcus Freeman.
We're going to go back to work.
He gave a great post-game speech. Basically, look how close we were with a 3-point loss to a top 10 team. They're a great team.
Freshman quarterback on the road, first career start.
There's a lot of takeaways here. And my best judgment, I think, is I'm not going to go way overreactionary to things. We can joke about Belichick. I don't know if they're going to be a 7-win team, a 6-win team, a 4-win team. I have no idea. I found Notre Dame one of the more puzzling teams for me to get a feel and read on of how I think they're going to be. Because they lost early last year to a...
Ball State.
I don't think it was Ball State. I think it was Northern Illinois.
Northern Illinois,
You said
thank
Ball
you.
State Friday, and it bothered me because I'm like, I don't think it was Ball State.
Yeah.
It was Northern Illinois, and we all wrote him off at that point. I don't think we're writing him off for losing at Miami, But you do play it is a freshman quarterback. He had a lot of moments. That wild-ass pick that was kicked in the air after a deflection.
Off of a guy's shoe.
That was a bad read. He said he should have handed the ball off to Love because that was an RPO. I'm not saying they won't make the playoff.
But he
it's just
didn't
the schedule. It doesn't look as overly easy today as maybe it did the week prior. And I just wonder, are they going to lose only one more game going forward or not lose any games at all?
Yeah.
I didn't think Carr looked ever rattled, like he was in over his head.
No, he's an effing gamer. I'm giving him credit.
And I think he'll learn from. I think he will move forward leaps and bounds.
But he's a freshman, and we need to pause on that. Freshmen are going to have. He's going to have
growing
a worse
pains.
game.
Yeah, they're gonna be growing. He's going to have ups and downs throughout the year.
Exactly.
I think
Underwood's going to have this in Michigan.
No doubt about it. I think the question for them will be, is the talent around him enough to overcome it? Because that might be the hardest team that they play all year. We'll have to wait and see on that. They get A&M at home. They're on the road at Arkansas. I don't think anybody's that scared about Arkansas, but they are a team that can pull off upsets.
You got buying the USC game?
Yeah, I mean, we'll see about USC. It is in South Bend, so it's at Notre Dame. So
it's late too, right?
It is.
Or is it an early
what,
one this
USC?
year?
Middle of October. Late
so
October.
Weather could be okay.
You got Boise State on there, which we circled at the start of the year. That certainly doesn't seem like a challenging game anymore. So, you got a handful of these that look like they were tough at the outset. If you beat Texas A&M this weekend, they're going to be fine.
Yeah,
because
that's a good call.
they can get away with another lot. 10-2 Notre Dame's in the playoff every year.
Agreed.
So you got one loss. It was a close field goal loss to a team that might go on to win the ACC
on the road.
On the road.
Conditions.
Freshman quarterback. Like, this is a part of the new formula they're going to use to rank teams that I don't think there's any movement in the top 25, nor should there be. Like, I'm not moving a team ahead of Notre Dame in my rankings just simply because Notre Dame lost a game and you went and beat, Baylor School for the Blind. Like, if you had Notre Dame ranked at Oregon this week, I wouldn't switch the rankings because you beat Montana State. That doesn't make any sense. I also think they're a team that just needs to find their identity. I thought the play calling early in the game was weird. They didn't give Jeremiah Love the ball at all.
Well, that's what I was referring to. There were a lot of moments where I think Carr, I'll go see if I can find a quote if it matters to you. I believe the postgame was Carr basically admitting, and the coaching staff saying there were moments where he should have handed off and he didn't.
And that's where you got to improve because he's the best player.
Moments,
he's the best player on the field in almost every game he plays, unless they ever play Ohio State. He will be the best player on the field and give him. I think he had 4 catches. Who was that Fowler calling that game? I can't remember who called that one. Or is it McDonough? Maybe it was McDonough.
I think that was McDonough.
But he had a joke about here.
Fowler was on Clemson LSU.
That's right.
So I think it was
Fowler
McDonough.
was Saturday, and
the
then
third
Reese
quarter,
Davis was last night.
They handed him the ball one time, and they said, "Here he is out of witness protection." It's like, oh, that's right. Jeremiah Love's on the roster. Maybe we should, give him the football.
2 games stood out to me from a broadcaster standpoint. I know we need to go, but you talk about the Herb Street getting caught on a hot mic saying they're so bad, and he's saying it's a production person versus like probably talking about North Carolina. I noticed 2 play-by-play guys, like lead play-by-play guys, kind of calling out the teams on the broadcast. McDonough was one of them.
He's not afraid to do it. He does it often.
And Miami's running for the 4th straight time. Don't get it.
Just going to kick a field goal.
And Dave Fleming on the Oregon State game was just openly going, what are they doing?
There was a lot of moments in that game that made you go, what are you doing?
I was Leo DiCaprio. I was leaning in like,
yeah.
What
You tell
are
him,
they
Dave.
doing, Dave.
You tell him, Dave.
I don't know what they're doing.
You want to call a timeout and avoid a penalty and automatic first down? Maybe, just maybe. Just,
They're lucky that pass interference was called because that wasn't pass interference, and that was a sick pick six.
That was a 100-yard pick six. Doesn't
like
happen very often.
104 yards. He was deep in the end zone.
That guy had to go take a couple of plays off after that, dude. I need a gas mask.
Yeah. We think Mario's going to do it, or is he going to Mario himself out of a game?
They will lose a game in some. They're not going to go undefeated because it's Mario, and I don't think he's capable of. They do look quicker.
They look a little more physical defensively. I think Notre Dame is a good team.
They are. I thought their defense looked better, but again, then you're adding in the weight of it's against a freshman quarterback making his first start. So you should look good defensively if you have the talent that Miami has. So their schedule is so manageable.
That's what I'm asking.
Find me 2 losses on there.
Right.
You can't do, and they don't
get
have
Florida at home, or is that a neutral site game?
No, it's
at
home. It's in Miami.
But we would have said that last year after the Florida game too, right? Of like, find me the 2 losses, and they found them.
Yeah, I mean, Mario will find at least one. I will say after winning that game, They're not. I mean, it's Mario. He's not going anywhere. That's a big buyout, and they don't have a ton of money right now.
No. We'll get to that today, too. I don't think anybody's going anywhere.
After winning that game, if they don't make the college football playoff this year with the rest of their schedule,
Agreed.
it should be a fireable offense.
I agree with that, yeah.
There's no reason you should not be there at the end of the year. That was the toughest game on your schedule. You got to go to Florida State, which seems tougher now than it did a week ago, so we'll see how the Seminoles end up doing this year.
Florida State will be ranked.
Back-to-back weeks. There's no Clemson on there, though. Like
I don't know what at SMU will entail.
Well, I don't know we don't know how good Florida State really
No.
is yet.
And if you're Miami, you have more talent than SMU. Like this,
you
should have more talent than any of these teams on your schedule.
Yeah, but my thing is, like, if I was a Miami fan, I'd feel excited, hopeful, and also I would have been screaming at my television how conservative he became.
Yep. Go for the jugular. He never learns his lesson.
It's a 10-point. Yeah, so
Run
10
the ball
is
3
nothing in
times.
football anymore, man.
No, and then you have one blown coverage, and just like that, the game's tied.
It's ridiculous.
Here come the Irish.
But they got the win,
They did.
and we'll see what Notre Dame's going to do. CJ Carr, I thought, looked overall pretty good for a freshman debut on the road. Defense looks fine. Hey, they'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Some valuable lesson that I learned this week, and as a nice reminder, so we'll get to that, and it's college football related, next on The Fan.
a.m.
We spend the win. We got 'em, boys.
Welcome back in. 6:51. We'll get into the local flavor coming up here at the start of the second hour. It might not be an enjoyable one for one fan base.
No, that did not go well Saturday night. Opening drive just, that's a kick in the nuts.
Man, one pass, I was like, oh, we're screwed.
You had a timeout there. Could have been a 3-and-out. Yeah, should have been a 3-and-out.
Anyways.
I digress.
So I learned a valuable lesson.
Yeah, what'd you learn this weekend?
So you know how like you get people that want to get in shape as like a New Year's resolution, or somebody like, hey, I'm running a half marathon in 4 months. You're like, oh, are you ready for that?
New year, new me, baby.
And they go run that first mile and like, that was me with Pac-12 After Dark. I hadn't done it in so long that I had a moment in the second half of UW, Oregon State specifically, where I was like, stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up. I stood up, got some water. I rubbed my eyes a little bit. I watched the game standing up. I'm like, all right, we're back. We're back.
Go. We're still in this thing.
Almost fell asleep, but I did not. And it was a reminder, I need to be in shape. Pac-12 After Dark.
Go find some cold brew.
You're not quite ready yet. You're not in mid-season form.
Dude, I drank a coffee at like 5:30 p.m. I'm like, this will be good. It wasn't good enough.
No, I forgot how much 8 p.m. games suck.
They're terrible.
Like, I forgot how late that truly is when you look at your watch and it's late in the third quarter and you're still watching the game and it's like, oh my God,
So
it's
bad.
11-something at night. I want to go to bed, man. It's late. Not to mention all the fans who got to go to those games in person. And you're getting home at 4 o'clock in the morning. Like, God bless you if you're willing to do that. I'm not willing to do that.
It's one of those like it's so late, and I had consumed so much college football Saturday.
Yeah, it's a long day starting right out the gate at 9 a.m.
Whereas like this week, you see your games, you see what time your teams play, and you
This
go,
week sucks.
That window's irrelevant. Don't need to care about that window of the sport. Every window had something that lingered into the next window and the next window.
Yes.
And so from 9 a.m. or 9:15 until about 11:15 at night, I watched college football, and I was exhausted. I was actually exhausted
The
by the
buffet
end of
was
it.
open from day to night. There was never a time where they
No.
There was
let
no
us-
cleaning process.
No,
Even the late
we're gonna
games,
reset.
like it's one thing if it's last night's game, if that's how the Oregon State Cal game would have gone, or the Washington Colorado State game would have gone, or hell, even the Coug Idaho game would have gone. But all of those were somewhat interesting late into the second half. Like Colorado State had the ball with a chance to kick a field goal to make it a one-possession game with 9 minutes to go.
I know.
And then they decided to call the dumbest fake field goal of all time. The Beavs, until they started throwing picks left and right, were like, hey, maybe are they in this game? Are they fine? They're only down by this.
It's nice of you to say that, but I don't believe that.
I mean,
That's
look,
fine.
the belief of them not actually coming back and winning is fine, but it's like they're one score away from making this a game, so you can't quite go to bed. And then Washington State, Idaho, I don't know who watched the end of that game. But
I did.
It was nuts, dude.
I was more like, is Idaho going to do this?
They fumbled inside their own 10-yard
Oh,
line
my
trying to run the
God.
clock out and then held them to a field goal. And then you're like, I got to watch the end of this game. It's one thing if it's 48-14, you turn it off, I'm going to bed. But all of those kept you around late into the second half.
And then I kept an eye on Utah just pummeling UCLA.
That was the one that slipped under my radar. I saw the score and I was watching highlights of it, but it wasn't in my. I didn't want to quad box. I was flipping back and forth between
I
big
quadded.
screen and iPad. I didn't quad box there.
The thing that sucked is I quadded on the iPad. My main screen kept Oregon State
Yeah.
on because I love to be kicked in the junk
But
repeatedly.
then was Oregon State in the quad box? See, that's why I can't do it.
I had to put my right hand on
Yes,
the top right corner.
because it's ahead of the
it was
TV.
ahead of my TV.
This is my exact problem. That's why I didn't quad box. I had to have big screen, little screen, and then swap in and out depending on where we were at with the games.
Coug fans going to get a kick out of this question as we go to the second hour. What feels worse, having to have a walk-off field goal to beat Idaho or losing the way Oregon State did at home to Cal?
Yeah, I saw a lot of Coug fans say, well, Oregon struggled with Idaho last year, and they're not technically wrong.
It's a little different.
We're alike, but probably not.
Loaded second hour. We'll start with some local flavor. Oregon State, yikes. Hour 2, Dirt and Sprague on the Fan.
From the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, opening weekend of the college football season ended with a blowout in Chapel Hill. The Horned Frogs of TCU spoiling the party for Bill Belichick, rattling off 41 unanswered points in the middle of the game for a 48-14 victory. Quarterback Josh Hoover, 27 of 36 for 284 yards and 2 touchdowns. It's on to week 2 now for both the Ducks and Beavers. Oregon, a 28-point favorite over Oklahoma State, who comes to Autzen this Saturday afternoon. Beavs trying to bounce back from their season-opening loss to Cal. They're 3-point favorites hosting Fresno State, also Saturday afternoon at Reser Stadium. Injury updates from the NFL. Rams believe Matthew Stafford will be ready to start their season opener against the Houston Texans, even though he's had ongoing issues with his back. New Packers linebacker Micah Parsons said he'll take an injection in his sprained back if he can play in Green Bay's opener against the Lions. And Chargers running back Najee Harris has been cleared to play week 1 against the Chiefs in Brazil after an eye injury kept him out a great deal of training camp. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Earth missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Sports Saturday with Joe Fisher and Rashad Taylor. Saturday mornings at 9 on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM. Dirt and Sprague.
Murphy, that one is intercepted. What a great play on the ball by Massis, who had the return called back for pass interference, and he gets tripped up at the 2.
Andy Dirt Johnson. Brandon Sprague.
Makai Hughes in the backfield with 8 seconds left on 3rd down, snapping back to throw. Over the middle, end zone, got him! Touchdown, Malik Benson. With 3 seconds left in the half.
Dirt and Sprague on the Fan Sports Network.
All right, welcome back in. Hour number 2. No, that is not hour number 1 you're hearing, but that is a second great open that we have. I cannot claim what year it started for Oregon, but I will admit I'm starting to hear the Joker and the Thief more and more.
We got him, boys.
I heard it during I think it was the Texas-Ohio State game.
Coming in and out of a break, you mean? Kind of like a rejoiner?
Yeah. And selfishly, I think of our radio program.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. But every time people are at Duck games, I hope they think, man, I'm going to listen to that show on Monday or Tuesday.
Is it 6:02 in the Rose City right now?
If they're off on Labor Day, they'll be back. They'll be back Tuesday. We'll listen.
We have a lot to get to here in the second hour of the program, Dirt.
We do.
And it'll be a lot of the local flavor.
Yeah, one good feeling, one bad feeling. Happy tissues and sad tissues this weekend.
Absolutely. Yeah. Very easy to separate who has what based on the outcome there.
Yeah.
We got Coach's Audio we're going to get to. Max Chadwick of PFF.com is going to join us at 8 a.m. We'll get his read from week 1, all the big takeaways. We still got a legend phone call to play.
We do.
Because Feinbaum did a show. Did Feinbaum issue apologies?
He did not, no.
No?
He did not.
He was right. It's just it was something else that got in the way of that.
Nobody criticizing Alabama not being in the dirty pool now.
Oh. Dude.
Where's that at?
Almost the weirdest dirty poll weekend of all time.
South Carolina's fine. Kansas State won. There's nothing to see here.
Kansas
Alabama's
State.
the only program we're focusing on. They were jet-lagged from Ireland. What do you want from them, man? You got to fly across the globe and come back and play the mighty North Dakota, whatever they are.
That was not a good FCS team, and
Doesn't
they almost
matter.
lost at home.
Doesn't matter. Oregon almost lost to Idaho and how their season go last year.
You're
Huh?
right.
The future's bright in Manhattan.
I jokingly said at the break there, what felt worse, Washington State needing a walk-off and looking every bit as talented as Idaho, or Oregon State losing at home. I was joking, Kook fan, like,
it's not even close.
you got to win, so you feel better about that.
Also, they have 75 new players and a new coach, and they lost everything, and
I watched that game. I still don't know the coach's name.
Jimmy Rogers, man.
Jimmy Rogers.
You just got to say it in a fun way, then you'll remember it.
It's easily Oregon State, and we will start the second hour with that. I don't, man, I think if you would have drawn up everything on Friday's program and you would have said the points scored, the points allowed, and you would have, said the stats and the numbers out, I think I would have said, oh my God,
Yeah.
that's a disaster. And look, we were probably more disrespectful to Cal than we needed to be, but they were also completely restarting. They had been gutted by the transfer portal. Wilcox came in with that 5-star JKS quarterback, and nothing else mattered. Oregon State got obliterated at home, embarrassed, I would say, by Cal, 34-15 in their debut year 2 under Trent Bray, and just what I would describe as maybe the worst possible start to your season and a pretty pivotal season that you could have.
It's a fan base that I would assume is looking for signs of hope and signs of life and signs of things to be excited about, and it's not possible to lay a bigger egg than that. And I don't know if you're this way when you watch your team play, but I'm this way with Oregon, and it doesn't always, fold out that way, but you can get vibes early in a game where immediately your antennas go up of like, uh-oh, they don't seem like they have it today. Sometimes your team comes out and it's just roaring right out of the gate, and you're like, all right, I think they're going to be all right. And it doesn't mean if you start slow, you can't turn around and find a way to win. I've certainly been wrong at times watching Oregon games. My antennas would have gone up immediately on the first 2 drives of the game. You have the opening drive where Cal, you force them to a 3-and-out, and then you don't have the wherewithal to, one, have the right package in there for your punt return team. Then you don't have a coach on the sideline calling a timeout to avoid giving Cal an automatic first down. The ball's punted away. You give them an automatic first down. They go on to score a touchdown. And then the first play from scrimmage for your offense is a low snap that the quarterback has to fall on, and you're immediately in 2nd and 15. Now, that doesn't always mean that the rest of the game will go that way, but I had those like, oh, God, you could not have drawn up a worse start than this. How do you not call timeout to avoid that? And who cares about having only 2 timeouts the rest of the half? You're getting the football. There's an alternate universe where it's like, hey, maybe your mojo gets going. Instead, defense, go back out there. Dime, 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 touchdown. Uh-oh. And then you fumble, or not fumble, but a low snap on the opening play offensively, a couple of incompletions, and you punt the ball right back to him. It was a swift kick in the nuts 5 minutes into that game because you had that start. You punt the ball right back to them. They score on their second drive, and within a blink of an eye, you're down 14-0, and you're digging out of a hole.
I'll go a little earlier, and I don't cite this to say this was to blame. I'm never going to be the person that does that because I myself don't go. My brother texted me. He went to the UW game. He lives right by Husky Stadium. He's not very far from Husky Stadium. And
there was another late one on Saturday.
He went to the game. He's not a big football guy, but he texted me a photo, and he was at the game with some friends. And he was like, do you go to games and tailgate? Because, again, not a big sports fan. And I go, I used to. I don't anymore. I stay home. I watch all the games. He goes, oh, that sounds boring. I'm like, it's actually perfect for me.
Yeah, it's my job. I got to see all of it.
I don't go. But I would say when you say vibes are bad, it was the instance where I saw the crowd.
Yeah, that's another bad vibe.
That, and I know late kick, Labor Day weekend.
Yeah.
I get it all. That was, oh, God.
Nobody there. I mean, not nobody. But.
Of all your home games, this is one of your better ones. And I know the kick sucks. That started things off poorly. And then as everything you talk about of the fumble, the too many men on the field penalty, I'm screaming at my TV, oh, my God.
Just call a timeout. How do you not call a timeout?
And the broadcasters didn't see it, or they were like, what's the flag for? And I'm like, it's too many men. How do you not see the guy running off the field?
All of a sudden, Cal's got the ball again. You're like, wait, what just happened?
And instantly, touchdown. And then I'm just like, I'm watching this kid, this JKS kid, and I'm like, he's got no pressure on him.
Nope.
And he's not only just having no pressure, he's dropping dimes. He was throwing to the spots where his receivers needed to be. He was throwing it exclusively where only his receiver was going to catch it and nobody else. He threw one into a double team that ended up being a drop. And I'm like, you couldn't have placed it in a better spot with 2 defenders in the vicinity.
It was a remarkable throw.
And the guy just dropped it because, he came down on his back. But I like everything about that start, and then the offense couldn't block, and then Murphy didn't look good, and Cal's offense is humming, and their defense is getting pressure. I'm just like, everything about that game was trouble, trouble, trouble.
Yep.
And I'm not going to jump to major conclusions for the season. Your schedule, it's like, look, it's going to get hard. I don't know what to think about Fresno. Swag's on the opinion they're going to wax Fresno. I'm like, Fresno won this weekend.
Who did they play? Who did Fresno play this
Georgia
weekend?
Southern.
Okay. Hey, Clay Helton.
So, maybe Fresno will be absolutely annihilated. I just cannot walk away from that game with that kind of confidence.
No.
And you can say, well, yeah, look at Swag on Monday calling it. But if also they lose to Fresno,
Not going to be surprised.
he's going to have egg on his face. And then it's Texas Tech, and then it's Oregon, and then it's Houston.
Yep.
And then some of the schedule is, more manageable. But for year 2 to look that disorganized, that non-charged up energy that you would expect to see on an opening kick weekend, on a night home game on ESPN, to see the lack of blocking ability and pass rush and just so many I thought their special teams unit was disaster.
Horrible.
Their punt return and punt units were just not good. I honest to God, I walked away. You could say Nico Taylor, and I'd say, okay, I didn't walk away with any positives. I really didn't. There was some players that had graded out at PFF at an okay level.
Sure.
But I didn't look at any positives from that game. Not a single one.
Yeah, special teams was a disaster from the opening possession of the game where there's too many men on the field, and the coaches should have seen that and called timeout, and then it felt like every other time after that, Cal had a 40-yard punt return. It felt like they were starting every drive in Oregon State territory, and the field was just tilted against you, and you were working uphill, and they were working downhill for the majority of the night. I also thought the lack of offense that they had was a bit alarming,
yes,
but it's one of those things where it's so hard in week 1 because you have this build-up and you're so excited, and Oregon State fans talk themselves into thinking they could win 9 or 10 games, and for all we know, they might. We don't know how the rest of the season is going to go, and you want to have these grand conclusions and big takeaways. The lack of offense was alarming. I also think when you have a lot of new faces and a new quarterback, it's going to take you a while to gel. There's new pieces, and there's just new players out there, and one of your top wide receivers got hurt 2 weeks ago, and you had to try and figure out a way to replace that. So there's almost a grace period there. I'm caught in between two different. I'm not going to come down with a hard hot take opinion after one game. I've learned my lesson too many times. Oregon nearly lost to Idaho in the opening week of the season last year, and then they went 13-0. Right?
Grand takeaways on most teams.
On the one hand, there's a million things that you highlight and we have highlighted in this segment that would piss me off that you didn't clean up. Like, there were coaching snafus last year that I think you gave the benefit of the doubt of, all right, it's his first year as head coach. Everybody's going to have a learning experience no matter what level you're at.
Right.
Opening drive of the game, not calling a timeout is a crime against humanity. Like, that, you cannot allow that.
You cannot give up a first down on that blunder.
If it's 2nd and 7 and you have too many men on the field and you get caught, and you don't want to blow a timeout to avoid a 2nd and 2, whatever, that's fine. On the 27-yard line, I don't care. It was 4th and 2. You cannot not call a timeout there. So that was strike number 1. Strike number 2 would be the Jabari Johnson possession, where what are we doing for 2 plays, and then bringing in your $1.5 million transfer quarterback for a 3rd and 6. He throws an incompletion and he plays 1 play on a 3 and out or whatever. That made no sense. Going for 2 in the moment that they went for 2. Yeah. You're just kind of out thinking the room. You're trying to be this analytical guy of I
don't understand. Look, I
don't get it
late in the game, I guess, but I'm doing the math, and I understand analytics are a big part of the sport. I'm pro analytics.
Let's just build some momentum, kick the field goal, and move on.
Well, then you're chasing.
Yes.
And then you chase and you don't get, because again, you have another blunder where your quarterback is not being told they're going for 2, so he runs off kind of dinged up.
You have to use a timeout.
And then you have to use a timeout,
yes,
but then you still put in Jabari, and Jabari's not throwing the football.
So all of those things are very accurate and fair to pinpoint and say, how is that possible in week 1? You cannot, especially when you're coming off a year where it felt like there were a lot of those kind of mistakes, having them happen again in week 1 is alarming, because that should have been the focal point of the offseason, is cleaning some of that stuff up. On the other side of it, I did also come away from the game saying, a lot of those completions in the first half were tight coverage. Like, a lot of those plays that Cal was making was just simply getting beat by a guy who looks like he's going to be a freshman All-American. And in the moment, you can say, man, we're getting dog-walked by Cal in the first half at home. But if you would have lost, say, to Indiana early in the season last year, you would have said something similar of how the hell did Indiana do that to us? And then you look up halfway through the year and you're like, damn, Indiana is good. I don't know where Cal's going to go the rest of the way.
I don't either.
But I'm going to give him, if that quarterback's going to play that way, I'm going to give him a puncher's chance in a lot of games. He might be the second best quarterback in the ACC after seeing him for 1 week. So there's this balance of some of it is inexcusable, while simultaneously, you do at times have to tip your cap to just getting beat by elite throws, and that happened a lot in the first half of that game.
I don't disagree with that takeaway, and we're against it. We need to turn this over. We'll get some Bray audio. I don't disagree with you. I was one of my best friends is a diehard Duck, and all he cares about is the Oregon Duck football team. That's all sports-wise he cares about. I text him, and I go, hey, man, this is depressing, but should Oregon have chosen JKS over Dante Moore? 3 years as a starter, higher ceiling. Just watching this kid be 6'3" Tua, and he goes, I'm pretty impressed with Hawaiian Penix. I got to be honest with you.
He looks pretty damn good right now, dude.
But
he was unbelievable.
He was unreal. But also, how many times was he sacked?
Yeah.
0.
The pressure is a problem.
They've played 13 games. They have 7 sacks. I don't know where that ranks all time for a season plus 1 game in college football history.
It's not good.
But they were the worst, quite literally, out of 134 teams last year in it. And I'd venture to say they were one of just a handful of teams that had 0 sacks registered.
Yeah.
How many times was he hit?
Not very often.
2.
Not very often.
How many times was he defined as hurried? 10.
Yeah.
A whole game, hit twice, 0 sacks, hurried 10 times.
I will say this.
Any kid's he dropped dimes, okay? Again, I was throwing out ridiculous takes to people late. But in all seriousness, I'm also like, he's going to have a game where he throws 3 picks because he's going to get pass rush.
Yeah.
And he'll be a freshman, and he'll make a bad decision. And Oregon State presented none of that challenge.
No.
And for everything you're saying, you're not wrong. We don't know how good they're going to be. We don't know what Cal is. Well, I'll tell you what, Cal was an underdog.
They were an underdog in that
Oregon
game.
State was the favorite in that game, and
That's why
they
week
got
one's so
bludgeoned,
challenging. Yeah.
and they were a penalty away from maybe losing 38-7. So everything you're saying, you're not necessarily wrong, but there are a lot of red flags sticking up for me watching my team play. Now, they get Fresno State, who I have no read on.
It quickly feels like a must-win. Like right out of the gate,
I would
this is
say
it. This is your season.
If you don't beat
This
Fresno,
weekend.
you're going to be 0-5.
Yeah.
And your fan base, at least by attendance metrics, already was like,
they're already checked out. Yeah. That was the part of it that
and I'm not blaming fans at all. Please do not hear what I'm saying I'm blaming fans. I'm just saying the vibes part was like, the stadium, they did a West Coast attendance. Oregon State's capacity, I want to say, is like 38. It went down, right? It's 40, 41.
I think it's 41, 42
'Cause it used to be
now that
44.
everything's
Yeah,
open.
they cut a couple of seats out.
It wasn't even 35. They did a West Coast attendance. It wasn't even in the top 10.
And that's not even the real attendance either. That's
Right.
always a bloated number. It's never quite fully accurate. There's a lot of empty seats at a lot of those stadiums that are reported as sold tickets. That was the other part of it that I should have taken into consideration, because one of the reasons that I think people were confident in Oregon State going into that game was the idea of a freshman quarterback going on the road in that environment.
Right.
It's not that environment anymore.
No, it wasn't that
At least as of
environment at
right
all.
now, it was not that. That was not the environment of 2023 where some other young guys have gone in there and really struggled. It was a really tough place to play. And Caleb Williams said with a half a stadium, it was one of the loudest he experienced. Like, it just isn't that anymore. And I didn't take that into consideration. Our friend Angie Machado at Beaver Blitz,
She wrote a really honest piece, man.
you pointed that out to me, and I went and looked even on her Twitter timeline. She's going back and forth with fans about no replays being shown, no in-game entertainment. It felt like an overall
They don't
dud
make it a
product
great experience in person.
from top to bottom, from the in-game experience all the way down to the way the players played, and you can't drop a worse start than that.
Rough week 1. Let's hear Trent Bray having to clear the air on something after week 1. I find to be a bit of a problem, and so we'll hear some audio from Trent Bray, and then we'll get into Oregon, who took care of business. Dirt and Sprague back with more on 105.1 The Fan.
a.m.
I definitely wasn't listening to this in a dark room on Saturday night. Definitely not. Who would? Why would you? Beavs lose 34-15. Really sad I have to see a change.org petition on the Twitter timeline about showing replays.
Now, can somebody explain why they don't show replays?
It is their conference rule, to which everybody's like, you're one of two teams in the conference. You can do what
you are the conference.
You're the conference. You're the conference champs from last year.
You're the conference champions.
You control this bitch. What are we talking about here? What do you mean it's a conference rule? Did Oregon not used to show replays when they were in the Pac-12?
No, they used to show replays at Reeser all the time. So I've seen them.
How is this a new conference rule? What?
I don't know, man.
How
it's
are you
ridiculous.
not showing replays of games? That's like one of the most basic
I don't know.
things that you can do.
Watched
Don't the Ducks show a replay after every play?
Yeah, they got a pretty big board. They paid a lot of money for that board, and they want to put
Oregon
that bad
State
boy to
also
use.
got a new board.
Yeah.
For what?
Let's use it.
Show
Even
little
after
Timmy? Raising a loaf?
After touchdowns, they don't show replays of touchdowns, or is it just controversial calls? I'm confused.
I don't know, man.
Catch no catch.
I just
Is that the
people
only
kept
replay we
saying
don't
they
get?
didn't show replays, and I'm like, how is this a thing?
Yeah, that's not ideal, Bob.
They were asking Trent Bray in his Monday press conference about, I think it was Sikorsky, if I have the name right. If Beaver fan thinks I'm wrong here, please text police and let me know at 503-864-6326. And he basically was like, he wasn't on the 2D. Why was Sikorsky playing? It's like, he was the only guy available.
I think it was because he was out, if I read that correctly. I think he was banged up last week when they released the depth chart, and so he wasn't on it, and then he was available
to play.
was
only available is how Bray framed it, and then
Yeah.
I went and looked at PFF grades, and Sikorsky had the best grade of all the offensive linemen in
did.
any metric.
He was hog tying him up.
He was the only hog tire they had on that offensive
He
line.
was hog tying out there, man.
I would say that I know people are angry at Gunderson now, right? It's year 2. Year 2 is a big year for a coaching staff. Alarming how bad the run blocking
They couldn't run
was.
the ball. When you can't run the ball, everything's going to be limited offensively. And they
Hankerson
had-
was 4 yards behind the line on every hit, it felt like.
Yeah, there was never really any room, I thought, in order to create the separation that you needed. He had 15 carries for 42 yards. That's a 2.8 yard per carry average.
Yeesh.
That's just not going to get it
65
done.
yards total.
Now, to be fair to some of the offensive line problems, when you're trailing by 20 points in the second half, you're going to have to throw your way back into the game, and that becomes incredibly difficult to pass block in those situations because the defensive line doesn't have to prepare or be worried at all about your ability to run the football in those situations. Like, this gets back to that weird back and forth that I have, and I don't blame any fan for being pessimistic and for the overall picture and just the single game picture. But, like, in the second half, I thought defensively they were okay. Like, all of Cal's points, it felt like came off of turnovers and short fields.
Oh, I will
It
give-
wasn't like Cal was
Yeah.
driving the ball 80 yards every time they got it. After getting lit up in the first half by the young quarterback, I think Cal in the game was, 3 of 11 on third down? Like,
Well,
they were getting off the field.
Yeah.
You just turned it over inside your own 20-yard line. You had the turnover at the end of the first half, which was a backbreaker. Like,
Sure.
you just did a lot of dumb stuff to yourself.
I think it's fair to give. I guess I was maybe a little overly negative in the sense of no positives. To that point, I will say, yeah, the defense wasn't horrific.
Yeah.
But it was the start that clouded it.
Touchdown, right out of the gate.
I think Nemec had the stat after they scored their 14, they went 0 for 7 on third down after that. So they got off the field. It just the offense was so truly bad.
Yep.
And then there were boneheaded plays, and then I don't know. I had a weird vibe, and maybe that defense will continue to get better. But the no pass rush thing is just, your secondary can be as uber talented as whatever metric you want to use. If you have no pass rush, you are going to find a hard time winning most of your games.
Yes, you are.
And so that continues to be a problem, is their pass rush is not great. The other problem was we also had Malik Murphy pretty early on showing his frustration, screaming at Danny Langsdorf about God knows what. I took it as somebody super competitive being pissed off, and Trent Bray had to address that in his Monday press conference.
No, I think it was frustration, not only in the way that the game was going, I think with what just happened in the game. He's just a competitive person. And sometimes what looks like a negative conversation is sometimes it's just a fiery conversation, but it's not a negative one. And that's what you saw on the sideline.
It's not, I don't think it's great to have that in a week one. I get being competitive, but screaming and clapping hands in a coach's face as a college player and there's a whole look with it, and it's not great that it's been already down to that in week 1.
Yes.
What I would say, and we'll get back into the local flavor in the 9 a.m. hour today, but what I would finally add, and then I'll let you go before we get into Oregon, my thing on it is I don't know. I was thinking about this. I don't know if I can pinpoint a game in a moment where I walked away and I felt amazing about the coaching staff. And it's early. It's
That's
1
fair.
week. There's no hot seat thing here, I'm saying. Not trying to be hot takey. But I know, Duck fan, either it's through quotes in press conferences or the however many games he's won now, you've gotten that from Lanning.
Yeah.
Right? You go like, man, you feel good about it. I don't know if I've really had that moment yet. Even in their wins, I'm like, oh, they were lucky to win that game. Oh, it shouldn't be Colorado State.
That was uncomfortable.
Yeah, just to have your game 1 be that discombobulated, that's a rough start if you're still earning some of that in fan base.
I don't disagree with that takeaway at all. Last year was a bit of a wash throughout for me. Like year 1, all of the new faces, all of the new pieces. Like no matter what happened last year, I'm not really going to have any grand conclusions. I think it was alarming that a lot of that stuff reared its ugly head in the first game of this year. That there was no timeout, the 2 plays for Jabari, the 2-point conversion, then calling a timeout for a 2-point conversion when you're chasing points. Like there just were a lot of things throughout the course of the game that I'm like, that shouldn't happen in year 2 with the staff, and you should have grown and evolved and not had some of those same mistakes. Like, I don't think we're talking enough about, too, the fumble at the end of the first half, which was, it's a 14-3 game. Your defense got off to a horrible start. You're kind of holding serve. You're hanging around in the game. You're driving, and where did that fumble happen? On, like, the 30-yard line of Cal, 35, somewhere in there. So it's like, you got 2 minutes to go to try and kick a field goal, which makes it a 1-possession game, or potentially score a touchdown to make it a 14-10 game, and you get the ball to start the second half. Like, it's just like you were that close to trying to make it something. Instead, you fumble, they get the field goal, and now 14-3 turns into 17-3, and then you go 3 and out on the opening drive of the second half, and then they score, and you're like, cool, all right.
I think it summed up the first half
just
for me.
Like, boom, just like, all right, that went from 14-3 to 24-3 in an absolute hurry.
Yeah.
I love the passion from a quarterback who's fired up about, you're paying me $1.5 million. Why am I on the bench for 2 plays of a series for a backup?
We don't know that's what it was about.
I don't know if that was what it was about either, but if I were him, that's what I would have been saying.
Same.
You brought me in here to be a starting quarterback. Allow me to be a starting quarterback. The problem with him last year at Duke, and it was the thing that I wanted to see the most this year of him improve on, was turnovers. He turned the ball over a lot last year, and he threw a pick inside his own 20-yard line, which just set up an easy touchdown, and then he threw what could have been a 110-yard pick six that got called back for PI. And so the fumble, the pick, there were turnover issues as well that kind of mounted. Everybody does need to take a deep breath. I'm not saying the pessimistic fans aren't or wrong or right. Like, we don't know how the rest of the year is going to go.
100%.
Let's see how Fresno State goes this weekend. You come out, you win that game by 14. I already chalked up Texas Tech and Oregon on the road as losses anyways. And then you get Houston with a chance to open your first 5 games at 2-3 in the back half of the schedule. I don't think anybody showed me anything on the back half of that schedule this weekend that scares me. I didn't watch most of the teams play, but I didn't need to, and I did see the Cougs, and you got them twice. And they don't look very good this year. So the back half is still manageable, but you got to come out and get a win at home this weekend against Fresno State.
Via PFF, Malik Murphy, and we know quarterbacks when blitzed, it's a different story. Not blitzed, 77.3 completion percentage for 217. When blitzed, 33.3 for 27 yards and a pick.
It's also a tough spot in the second half when they know you're throwing the ball. They're coming after you. They're pinning their ears back. And it's just, that's an uncomfortable world to live in as a QB.
Only 24.3% of his dropbacks were play action.
Yeah.
There's just little wrinkles I'm going to be curious to see.
Because you couldn't run
against,
the ball. Nobody's falling for it.
Well, there is that, but also there's like, what wrinkles will they change or make for the Fresno State game is what I wonder. So not a great start for Oregon State. They get blown out at home by Cal. 0-1 the Beavs. They get ready for Fresno State. We'll get back into them in the final hour. Let's get to the local flavor. The Oregon Ducks. How about the start for them against Montana State? We'll talk about them. And we've got coach-on-coach beef, maybe, going on. We'll talk Oregon Ducks next before Swag with the Sports Update.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
Brought to you by Laurelhurst Market Steakhouse and Butcher Shop. Great spot for any occasion. Don't forget you save 10% on your Butcher Shop order when you dine in. Menus and more at laurelhurstmarket.com. First on the Fan opening weekend of the college football season. Well, it ended with a dud in Chapel Hill. The TCU Horned Frogs with 41 unanswered points, and they spoiled Bill Belichick's North Carolina debut, 48-14. The final, TCU quarterback Josh Hoover, 27 of 36 for 284 yards and 2 scores. Following the Ducks' easy Week 1 win, Oregon now a 29-point favorite over Oklahoma State, who comes to Autzen this Saturday. Beavers trying to bounce back from their season-opening loss to Cal. They're 3-point favorites hosting Fresno State Saturday afternoon at Research Stadium. Updates on injuries in the NFL going into Week 1. From L.A., the Rams believe Matthew Stafford will be ready to start their season opener against the Houston Texans, despite the ongoing issues with his back. New Packers linebacker Micah Parsons said he'd take an injection into his sprained back in order to play in Green Bay's opener against the Lions. And the Chargers running back Najee Harris has been cleared to play Week 1 against the Chiefs in Brazil after an eye injury kept him out of most of training camp. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigart from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The home of the first.
Max Chadwick of Pro Football Focus. They do a lot of great college football work as well. He covers the sport. He'll join us at 8 a.m. for the Daily Ticker. One Beeve listener saying, what's it feel like to be an OSU fan right now? Picture yourself at a hospital being told you have an incurable condition due to medical malpractice. They could cure you, but won't take your insurance. Meanwhile, the patient next door fully recovered from the same issue. Yeah, I mean, that's part of it.
That sounds pretty accurate.
One team not having to deal with coaching woes or being discombobulated to start the year and maybe looking every bit the part. Your Oregon Ducks.
Hey!
We spin to win.
They spin to win. And won indeed. 59-13. They destroyed Montana State. This was a game that I would say by the end of the third, I kept on, but I text you, all right, I'm good. And you were like, not me. I've got lotion by my bed.
Give me more touchdowns.
We played 31 freshmen.
You see those Luke Moga runs in the fourth quarter?
No, I
You see
didn't.
those Luke Moga runs?
actually.
He's torching the defense, man. Zone read, they can't cover it.
I did, and it's not fair to him. I did get a kick out of Dante. Was kind of what I thought Dante would be. He had 3 touchdowns, threw for 213. He had a fun little run at the beginning where he's pointing and yelling.
First down.
I did love when they finally put in Novosad because the game was out of hand. Poor kid, first pass, just couldn't even hit a screen pass. I'm like, oh.
He did, yeah. He missed the first throw. He
That's
did hit
the
one down the
difference.
sideline to
I know.
to Casper later than that, but
He
he
was
only
like,
got
that's
one
the
drive.
difference.
I was kind of surprised by the way they dealt with the quarterback rotation, to be honest with you. I would have assumed that Novosad would have got a few more series, but they gave Moga some of them. Novosad only had 1 series, and then they flipped out to a different quarterback after that. Look, it was nice. It was nice to get back to an opening season win where you did what you were supposed to do. I'm not going to crown you or give you flowers for beating a team the way that you're supposed to beat your team. I think the reason we're reacting that way is because of how bad the opener was last year and how bad they were against Idaho. So it was just at least refreshing to see, okay, that's what you're supposed to do with a team like Montana State. I chuckled at some of the comments I saw from Montana State fans about how they're going to be competing for a national title and Oregon shouldn't take them lightly. And the first play of the game was a 40-yard run. Kenyon Sadiq shoved a guy off of him, hurdled another guy. DeCorian Moore hurdled a guy, and you're like, yeah, dude, different level of athlete here. You can't hang in this arena as long as Oregon comes to play. And that was honestly there's a lot of stuff you look for in week 1. You're going to make mistakes. There's going to be miscues. There's going to be assignment errors. There's no preseason.
Yeah.
It's just, are you playing with your hair on fire? Are you playing with relentless effort? And it felt like Oregon was doing that from the opening snap, top to bottom on the roster. The biggest takeaway, and you're going to joke about it, and I know Lanning talked about it, but I have never seen them, and I don't know what the formula will be the rest of the year. I have never seen them rotate that many guys in the first half of a game like that before. Never. You win, they beat Portland State 81-7 or whatever it was 2 years ago in the opener.
Yeah.
By the time you got to the second half, of course, everybody is playing.
Sure.
When you go up and down and look at the number of guys who played snaps in the first half, like Cooper Perry caught a pass in the first half. I
Right.
did not have that on my bingo card.
Me either. I was wondering if Cooper Perry was going to see action this week, but I wasn't sure.
He's like number 7 on the wide receiver depth chart, but they felt like they got guys who were ready to play. They wanted to give guys experience, and they rotated a ton of players, and that was a lot of fun to watch.
It's a good observation by you in that sense. There's really not a lot to take away from the game. They handled their business. They were every bit of the talent difference that we saw on paper.
Yes.
I saw a Montana State player say, I've never seen speed like that.
That Taco Dowler kid is a stud wide receiver. He was fun to watch.
I know Lanning referenced it and said he actually hit the wrong block, but who didn't watch that DeCorian Moore block live and go, my God, this kid just drove him into the ground, and Bryant was dabbing him up even though he was the one that scored the touchdown.
That's the kind of stuff you want to see in week 1.
Yes,
just
100%.
that level of effort.
The takeaway, I think, is 2 things. One, as we try not to overreact to week 1 teams winning and losing, which I think is a very smart thing. Man, I just, the speed and the physicality, and it's Montana State, so I know, spare me Sprague. I get it. We'll see what they do against Oklahoma State, and I think there's going to be a driving force for audio for why it might not look that different against Oklahoma State. It makes me reconsider how I view Oregon, and I still don't know a whole lot about Dante Moore yet. It was a great start. But Mekhi Hughes, the kid from Tulane, they bring him in. He's high-level NIL guy.
He has the most rushing yards of a returning starter of anybody in college football this year.
And everybody was like, it's going to be this, it's going to be this, and nobody's watching practice. And you had gotten some intel late last week, and you're basically like, I don't know, man. And he didn't play until when? The second
Late in
quarter?
the second quarter.
He got in a drive and he still didn't do anything. It was basically like
He had a couple carries, a couple of catches, but he was not a factor.
Well, Noah Whittington looked healthy. That was nice to see.
Whittington looked good.
They brought in Whittington.
Freshman looked good.
Davison, the freshman, had 3 touchdowns, and Jaden Lamar got in before and Jay Harris had a nice
And
catch.
Harris
I think
was
all
out
of those
there.
guys were out there before him.
You had 4 running backs play before Hughes, who was brought in on the NIL, and like we were only going off what we thought. We didn't know, and he didn't play. So we can talk about that on the other side of, does it matter? I don't know if it does when you have 4 other running backs capable. I saw one person on social media, which sums up social media, going, how does he not play him? I don't know, man.
He sees him every day in practice. Maybe
Have
he
the
has
most wins of any Oregon coach in 4 years, but you're worried about his eye for talent? Okay.
Was it like all the other running backs sucked and couldn't get a yard, and we're just leaving this thoroughbred on the sidelines on purpose?
Well, and also, even though the opponent wasn't great, this weekend's is more of a name, a household name, and they did the one thing you should never do. And I don't know why this coach did this, and I'm afraid the score is going to look very similar this week as it did this past weekend against Montana State.
Had some shots fired already
And
leading into week 2.
I thought we had about as good a response as you could want from your coach on the shots fired.
He was in a good mood last night. Rightfully so. They did what they were supposed to do. He's feeling nicey right now.
You know why?
We got him, boys.
We got him, boys. So we'll get to that landing audio next on The Fan.
a.m.
Football Talk on the Fan, presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can also always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started. The NFL is back this week.
Thursday night, baby. We all get to watch the Cowboys get waxed on national television.
We made it.
That line keeps creeping up. It's 8.5 now.
Waiting all day for a Sunday night.
7 hours.
Right, the party's finally here.
Cannot wait.
It's going to be awesome, man.
We'll get to Max Chadwick coming up here, top of the hour. We'll get to the landing audio in just a second. The quick thing, the Mekhi Hughes thing.
Yep.
I also observed it. We were texting in our group chat. I just, am I surprised? Yeah. But also, how is it not a universal just trusting of Dan Lanning and staff to say he's not our best one, so we're not going to play him?
I mean, we literally did a segment last week about how they love everybody in that room and they might play 5 or 6 running backs. And so if you listen to the show,
but I don't think anybody would have thought he was the 5th or 6th guy in that scenario.
Probably not. But also there's a familiarity in the system that every one of those backs, outside of the freshman, to be fair, Davidson, but they love him in goal line situations. That's mainly how they used him. De'Aaron Hill didn't get in until after him. He's the other true freshman. He looked great in the second half. But Noah Whittington, I think the untalked about part about him was how healthy and dominant he looked at the end of last year, much different than the start of last year. And so Jaden Lamar's been in the system for 3 years. I think there's a familiarity for those guys. It just, from what I heard, it's not necessarily a Mekhi Hughes sucks thing. The guy's one of the leading returning rushers in all of college football. He had back-to-back 1,200, 1,300-yard seasons at Tulane. It just is about maybe a lack of picking up the offense as quickly as they would have hoped and a extreme level of trust and talent elsewhere in that room. That it's a great problem to have. And so I don't think they're going to ever have one feature back with a guy with 35 carries in a game. If they can split it up 6 or 7 ways with touches and keep everybody fresh throughout the course of the game, why would you not want to do that? They did a lot of that with Jordan James early in the year last year.
They play Oklahoma State this weekend, so they move on from pummeling Montana State. They get Oklahoma State, and then they play Oregon State, just a series of state schools there for Oregon.
A lot of states right out of the gate.
And Mike Gundy, for whatever reason, Oklahoma State lost their starting quarterback to a broken foot, and their leading sack getter in week 1 committed a crime, and so I have no idea where they're at, but they're not overly impressive.
Got arrested for larceny.
Feels like he's on the hot seat. He talked about this mattering when you play a team like Oregon.
The same thing as you. They're a good football team. Oregon is playing really well. I think they're well coached. They're spending a lot of money. And, they've put a lot into that organization, and you can see they're a good football team.
So
it should also be added, too, by the way. Yeah. So there was another quote on his radio show. So that was at his press conference. He made another one on his weekly coaches radio show or whatever, where he said that Oregon spent $40 million on the roster last year.
He also kind of, I think it was the same coaches show where he's indicating playing teams. You should play opponents that spend
you should play
level.
Comparable spending. Why would we play somebody who spends $40 million when we spend $7 million on our roster?
So Dan Lanning is. I was surprised he answered it, to be honest, because he was just told about it, unless he had heard it and he knew it.
I think he heard about it.
That's fine. Yeah. Okay. But Dan Lanning was told about it at the press conference, or at least opened him up to responding, and this was Dan Lanning's response.
Yeah, it sounds like there is, listening to him talk. Like I said, I got a ton of respect for Coach Gundy. Ultimately, how blessed are we to be in a place that's invested in winning? If you want to be a top 10 team in college football, you better be invested in winning. And we spend to win. Some people save to have an excuse for why they don't, right? And ultimately, he's a great coach. They've done an unbelievable job, but I want to be a team that's competing at the highest level. And we're really fortunate to be in that situation. So I can't speak on their situation. I have no idea, what they got in their pockets over there. I'm sure UT Martin maybe didn't have as much as them last week, and they played. So we'll let it play out.
We got them, boys.
Why, Gundy? You're such an idiot. I just don't.
They're going to drop 60 on him.
Yeah, this one might be personal after that kind of stuff.
He'll shake his hand. He'll give him his respect publicly. Yeah. Internally, dude, the guy's a psycho. We saw it, right? They're fighting for clicks. You're fighting for wins. You talk with your helmet.
It's just ridiculous to come out as a coach and say we should schedule non-conference based on roster budgets to make it fair and equitable when you just played UT Martin.
you also had one of the richest donors when he
Yes.
was alive for
And he spent the entire offseason, Gundy, that is, bragging about how much money they spent on this roster.
Yeah.
The entire offseason. I love when coaches throw out numbers. They spent $40 million on their roster.
He smirked at that when
Based
he
on
heard
what?
it, too.
Like-
He was like, 40, huh?
Oh,
Okay.
40. That's what we're up to now. I thought it was 20 last year. Now it's 40. We're talking about this year's team or last year's team? We spent an $800 million on this year's
Sure.
roster. What are we, the Dodgers? This is a Shohei Ohtani contract. It's hilarious. Throw out all the red meat that you want. But it was a perfect response from Lanning of, if that's the way that you feel, then why did you play UT Martin last week? Why didn't you go find somebody?
That is the ultimate ether.
Like,
It's just
you literally just did this. So we can only
Yeah.
play Alabama and Texas in non-conference. We're not allowed to play anybody else. Like, come on, man. This is the way the sport has always been. Some teams spend more than others to win. It's just above board now more than it ever has been.
I am expecting a butt whooping this weekend. Maybe I'm overlooking, I guess, certain elements of Oklahoma State, but I
Line's
saw
up to
glimpses.
29.
The line's bigger than it was for Montana State, which I think says a lot about the weird nature of week one lines because, again, it was a reaction to what happened last year against Idaho and this idea that Oregon doesn't have any talent because they lost guys to the NFL as if recruiting rankings don't matter and they haven't stockpiled 3 or 4 consecutive top 3, top 4 classes in the country. Look, there's not a lot that you can take from a Montana State game.
No, there isn't.
But some of the stuff that's like, dude, the number of guys that they played that looked like above-the-line players, the number of true freshmen that were in the game, DeCorian Moore looked the part. Kenyon Sadiq just shoved another grown man off of him and scored a touchdown.
Well, that guy's not quite the. That's
he's
a different
not Kenyon.
grown man.
He's
That's
not a Kenyon
different-
Sadiq grown man, but that's
Yeah.
I mean, that's a college football player, and he just shoved him like a rag doll. It'd be like me trying to tackle Sukanik in the open field, and it's not going to go very well for me. Like, that's
a good poll question.
That's the equivalent. If I tried to tackle Jason Sukanik in open field, that's what would happen to me, and he did that to another player. So there were a lot of those kind of like, that looked good, and now I'm excited to see where it goes from here.
We'll get back into them in the final hour. We'll ask, obviously, Max Chadwick maybe where Oregon sits in his mind after week 1 results. He's going to join us for PFF for the Daily Ticker at the top of the hour. You said the Oklahoma State line was 29?
Up to
It came back.
29.
It's 28.5 right now at A&A.
So
it was 29 earlier in the show.
But Montana State was 28.
28 and a
yeah.
half, I think, is what it closed at.
So I'll tell you what I'm doing this weekend.
Today I'm laying the big wood.
Hard.
Their starting quarterback got hurt, and their best defensive player probably won't make the trip because he got arrested. But
Don't put it past Oklahoma State.
Don't put it
to play
past
that kid.
Oklahoma State.
We'll get back into them. We got some other stuff from Dan Lanning. We can get to his takeaway of the quarterback position, some other audio that we'll get into. Max Chadwick is going to kick off the 3rd hour of the radio program, a back-to-school edition of Dirt and Sprague. Happy back to school to everybody else that's going back today. My kiddo's going. I saw her fit check. I'm a little jealous I don't get to say goodbye to her, but
Yeah, it's tough. First day of school.
it's okay. She's
Yeah.
excited. I talked to her last
You'll be
night.
on pickup. You'll be on pickup duty.
Yeah, I won't, but I'll
No.
see her when she gets home.
Oh, you're not going to be on pickup duty
Yeah,
day
ride the
one?
bus.
No.
Ride the bus. What are we talking about here? But happy back to school. Loaded 3rd hour. Max Chadwick, PFF.com, joins us. Daily Ticker next on The Fan.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, the opening weekend of college football ending with a dud. The TCU Horned Frogs spoiling Bill Belichick's college coaching debut for North Carolina. Ran and threw it all over him, 48-14 the final. TCU quarterback Josh Hoover, 27 of 36 for 284 yards and 2 scores. On to week 2 now. The Ducks 28.5-point favorites hosting Oklahoma State this Saturday at Autzen Stadium. Beavers trying to bounce back from their season-opening loss to Cal. They're 3-point favorites over Fresno State Saturday at Reser Stadium. NFL set to open up their season. Week 1 games, injury updates. Quarterback Matthew Stafford of the Rams supposedly will be ready for their season opener Sunday against the Houston Texans, despite his ongoing issues with his back. New Packers linebacker Micah Parsons reportedly said he'll take an injection in his sprained back so he can play in Green Bay's opener against the Lions. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt, missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
In this wide world of sports, some stories can slip through the cracks.
Now, before we do this, let's go over the ground rules.
Pelican Brewing presents the Daily Ticker, where Dirt and Sprague hit the big stories you've heard about, and some you haven't.
How'd you do that? I'm not even mad. It's amazing.
Pelican invites you to take a beach break at one of their coastal locations: Pacific City, Tillamook, Cannon Beach, Lincoln City, and coming soon to Rockaway Beach. Pelican Brewing, born at the beach.
All right, Daily Ticker time to start hour number 3 of the radio program. Brought to you, as always, by our great friends at Pelican Brewing. Catch the surf action and the good vibes at the 26th Annual Cape Kiwanis Longboard Classic, proudly presented by Pelican Brewing. It's the largest annual surfing event in the PNW, and it's September 19th through the 21st. You can kick out the weekend Friday night with live music, and all weekend long, enjoy award-winning craft beer from Pelican at their original location in Pacific City.
That.
I would love to try that. A lot of fan bases could have used a few IPAs over the weekend, depending on if they're happy IPAs or sad IPAs. Let's talk some more college football with our good friend Max Chadwick of PFF. He's the co-host of PFF's College Football Show, and you can give him a follow on Twitter at CFB Max Chadwick. Max, good morning to you, man. There's a lot that happened in week 1. Week 2 looks like it's going to be a dud. There's not a lot of great games, but week 1 delivered from start to finish.
Don't we always warn against saying it's
that
a
is
dud
true.
and then boom, like
who's going to get got? Somebody's going to get got
Yes.
this weekend. Max Chadwick, the biggest takeaway from week 1 for you was?
That we don't know anything going into the year. That was pretty much my biggest takeaway. 3 of my top 4 teams in the country lost in week 1, which might say something about me as an analyst, but it's pretty insane how incredibly chaotic week 1 was. So it's shaping up to be an all-time chaotic year of college football. And really, the thing that makes college football so great is the chaos, and I think we're in store for a lot of it this year.
I'm somebody that's a big believer in the move, and I just sometimes laugh at the whole don't be the guy following the guy, but the evidence right now is not great for Kalen DeBoer at Alabama. It is week 1. We're always like, hey, let's not overreact to what happens. I didn't see that quite happening to them. Is this we need to be patient and let this guy figure this out, or is this, set the alarms off, look at the buyout numbers, panic mode for Alabama?
I think it's a little bit of both. I don't think he should be fired mid-season at all, because I just don't think that's really what Alabama's been prone to do in the past, obviously, with Nick Saban for all those years, too. So he definitely has the entirety of this season, at least in my opinion. But after that, if he misses the playoff for a second straight year in a 12-team era, Nick Saban would have never dreamed of missing a 12-team playoff while he was the head coach, right? So the standard is a lot higher than that at Alabama. So I think if he does not make the playoff this year and get the year back on track, yeah, you can start talking about, who is going to be the next head coach at Alabama. Because I don't think, missing a playoff 2 years in a row in the 12-team era is acceptable at Alabama right now.
He had quite the DeBoer face going anytime they just had a mishap or they gave up a big run or a play like, oh, I wasn't ready for that one at all. Like, what was the most surprising part of watching that Alabama performance?
Just how badly they were getting beat in the trenches. I mean, I hate to keep comparing him to the greatest coach of all time, and Nick Saban, but in the Nick Saban era at Alabama, if you're going to beat Nick Saban, you needed to win with a dude at quarterback and guys on the outside, a receiver. You would never, ever dream of, dominating their offensive line or their defensive line. So I think that was the biggest concern for me with Alabama is that Kalen DeBoer, in his 4 games that he's lost his 14 or more point favorites, they've gotten worked in the trenches before. That's a really concerning sign for Alabama right now.
Yeah, we're talking with Max Chadwick, Pro Football Focus, co-host of PFF's college football show at CFB Max Chadwick on Twitter. We were just talking about the Ducks, and I know you've been high on them coming into the year. It's Montana State, right? So it's hard to have a big takeaway other than, hey, at least they didn't struggle this year like they did against Idaho. Just curious what you thought, maybe from some of the young guys, in particular, a guy like DeCorian Moore making his debut, and how you're viewing the Ducks going forward this season.
Yeah, it was good to see them dominate. Because like you said, last year in their FCS game, they didn't look that great, and they still had a great year, obviously, after that, too. So it was good to see Dante Moore look good. I thought DeCorian Moore looked really good, too. You mentioned him before, the hurdle, and then really the block on the touchdown he had, too, was awesome. And that kind of speaks to the culture that Dan Lanning has in that program, that the receiver, I forgot who scored that touchdown, but the receiver who scored that touchdown, he actually went to celebrate DeCorian Moore's block more so than his touchdown. So that just shows, what they're all about there at Oregon. And, yeah, I think right now they should be in the top 5 of every ranking right now. And I think Oregon could be in store for another really good year, and maybe they can repeat as Big Ten champions this year.
It's one game. It's early. The one thing about Arch Manning I will say about this, with all the hype and the stuff that people kind of put on him before he even had really started a big game like that, I was not I wasn't aware, under the impression that he was a sidearm thrower. What happened there, and what did you make of Arch's first game performance?
Yeah, I think the mechanics in the first 3 quarters of the game were all out of whack. I agree with you. It didn't look pretty out there in the first 3 quarters. Now, he was outstanding in the fourth quarter, which is why I would say pump the brakes on, selling all stock on him or Texas just yet. I think, that was a pretty brutal game 1 for Texas and Ohio State, too, so credit to them for winning the game. But Texas's offense is so young. They have a brand new set of weapons. They lost their top 3 pass catchers from last year. They have 4 new starting offensive linemen, too. And you saw the youth on that Texas offense in week 1. Now they have San Jose State this week to get right. But I'm not selling stock on him just yet. It wasn't a great performance from him, but the fourth quarter was outstanding, and you saw just what made him so hyped coming into the year. So, yeah, I'm not selling stock on him or Texas just yet, but obviously they got off on the wrong foot this year.
2 coaches who have yet to take their programs to playoffs got pretty big wins this weekend. I'm curious, who was it a bigger deal for you? Brian Kelly and LSU going on the road and bottling up Clemson, who just can't beat an SEC team right now, or Mario, despite the fact that he tried to be too conservative to win the game, but ultimately ended up surviving? Mario or Kelly, who was the bigger winner for you?
I think Brian Kelly. Because I had Clemson as my preseason national title pick going into the year and my number 1 team in the country. And Brian Kelly, and really the most impressive part of LSU's win, in my opinion, was their 2 biggest question marks were their offensive line and their defense. And both of them were outstanding against matchups that I thought were really bad for them. And Clemson's defensive line, which I think is the best in the country, and then Clemson's offense, which I also had as number 1 in the country going into the year, too. So, LSU's defense was amazing in that win, and the offensive line was pretty good, too. So if those 2 are clicking on all cylinders, you have Garrett Nussmeier, the current Heisman Trophy favorite at quarterback, they could win it all this year.
It's not the sexiest conference, but the Big 12 I found interesting going into the year of how many teams you could point to and say, they could win the conference. It's only 1 week, right? We had a week 0 game, I guess, with Kansas State, Iowa State, but Iowa State undefeated. I thought TCU looked really impressive, even though North Carolina might not be very good. Arizona State held serve. Utah absolutely obliterated UCLA. When you look at the Big 12 right now, do you have week 1 takeaways of how you'd power rank that conference, or is this something you think week to week we're going to have to change an opinion?
Oh, week to week, absolutely. This is the most wide-open conference in college football, and there's a lot of good teams in it right now. And, I just put out my top 25 recently, and I think I had 5 straight Big 12 teams at the very end of that ranking. So it's just this is a conference that is so wide open. You mentioned Arizona State, Utah, Texas Tech. I still think is a really good team in that conference too. You mentioned TCU looking great last night too against North Carolina. Yeah, it is just insane. Iowa State's 2-0 to start the year, too. It is insane how wide open that conference is right now. I think anyone telling you there's a clear favorite to win the Big 12 just either is lying to you or doesn't know what they're talking about, I think.
Talking about Max Chadwick, Pro Football Focus, the co-host of PFF's college football show at CFB Max Chadwick on Twitter. You go give him a follow there. Outside of Alabama, Florida State, because that has to be the biggest surprise, I think, for probably everybody. Out of week one, what was the biggest surprise for you this weekend?
Yeah, I think I would probably say Clemson looking as lethargic in the ways where I thought they would dominate LSU. You know, I thought Clemson's offense had a clear advantage in that game. Now, I will say Antonio Williams, their star receiver, barely playing at all was a big factor too. But Clemson's offense looking lethargic and their defensive line not being able to get pressure on Garrett Nussmeier as much. And also Garrett Nussmeier got rid of that football at a very, very quick rate too. That also contributed to, Clemson's defensive line not dominating. So I would say I'll put that up there too. Miami's trenches dominating was a little not too surprising, but I thought Notre Dame's offensive line was better than that, and Miami's defensive line just absolutely dominated them in that one. So that was surprising in a good way too. But yeah, you mentioned it. I mean, the Alabama, just the way they lost to a team in Florida State that I thought really going into it, I thought Alabama could destroy Florida State, and the way they lost like that, really they got destroyed by the Seminoles. That was by far the most surprising part of week one.
Well, and we all know, Max, like the hardest thing out of week one to do is not have some like grand takeaway because we're waiting for football for months and months and months. You watch a game and you want to have some like conclusion about how a season's going to go. So obviously nobody has any idea, but how much of the takeaway from that game is, damn, Florida State might end up being a problem? Do we see them fixing all of the problems that they had last year in one off season? We know how good Gus Malzahn could be as a play caller, especially in his history against Alabama. But I'm just curious, the Florida State takeaway of that, are we buying stock in Florida State?
Yeah, absolutely. I think you should. I think Florida State, really the two new coordinators they hired in Gus Malzahn and Tony White have looked like they changed the culture of that program because, really the whole problem with Florida State last year was I thought they were a soft football team last year. And you saw in that game against Alabama, they were about it, right? Alabama was one that looked soft in that game. And if you make Alabama look soft, that says a lot about your program right there. So, I think Florida State, I didn't have them ranked preseason. Now they're in my top 15 because of that win over Alabama. So they have a legit chance to contend the ACC this year and maybe sneak into the playoff this year. And this is the thing with Mike Norvell's teams at Florida State. Like, they are so reliant on the transfer portal that they have a brand new roster every single season. It's why, they had an incredible 2023 season, and then going into 2024, brand new roster. People thought they'd be really good again, but they went 2-10. Now this year, brand new roster. People thought, okay, they have another bad year. No, they just beat Alabama. So it's kind of a, you live by the sword, you die by the sword with the transfer portal with Florida State right now, and right now they're living by it in 2025.
I don't know if this is a good take. I have no real read if Mike Norvell is a good coach. Like, I think he is, but like, to your point, they were so soft and awful last year, and so he brings two big coordinators in, and suddenly they're really, like, is that Mike Norvell or is that the coordinators? I don't have a read on Mike Norvell as a coach.
I think he's a good coach. He was great before Florida State too, and obviously I thought he got robbed of a playoff spot in 2023 when they went 13-0. I thought it was an insult to competition to say, oh well, now that one player is hurt, that you don't deserve to be in a playoff even though you're undefeated. So it was pretty ironic considering they got revenge on Alabama for taking that playoff spot from them in that year too. But yeah, I think Mike Norvell is a good coach. I think last year was just an absolute disaster, and like I said, when you have a brand new roster pretty much every single year with so many transfers coming in, there's some times where it's just not a good team and they don't have time to gel together or anything like that. So it is an issue sometimes with the portal with the way you construct that roster. But I think overall he is a good coach, and you're seeing it this year too. He really just had one horrendous year in 2024, but honestly, that could be a blip on his radar the way he's going right now.
Last one for me, Max, because we appreciate having you on a Tuesday following a week one of college football action. Was there a non-ranked team for you? I had a buddy that was like, dude, I'm all in on USC. And I'm like, they played Missouri State, but okay, they scored 73. Is there a non-ranked team that caught your eye, even if they didn't play a great opponent, that you could see shooting up into the rankings and maybe being a bigger problem than we're talking about right now?
First of all, I love that right there. I think that's the best part of college football.
Exactly.
You watch one game, you're like, oh, this is the national champion right here. That's the best part of the sport. I love that. I would say right now, obviously, I would think Florida State's the biggest one. And then after that, I would say actually two teams that I had in my top 25 that people are now getting a lot higher on after week one. I loved Utah going into the year. I had them losing my Big 12 title game going into the year, and you said it. I mean, they dominated UCLA within the trenches especially. I think that could be a theme throughout the entire season. That offensive line at Utah with Devin Dampier at quarterback could be lethal. And the defense is always really good under Kyle Whittingham. So them. And then also I think Auburn is dangerous this year. I think Auburn, who I had in my top 25 too entering the year. I know they've had 4 straight losing seasons, but they brought in Jackson Arnold, who looked really good against Baylor as a runner especially. The offensive line is way better than last year. The receiving core is better too. I mean, they have an elite supporting cast around Jackson Arnold. If he could play anything like the 5-star recruit that he was coming out of high school, that could be one of the best offenses in the country, in my opinion. And then the defense has some really nice seasons, too, in the secondary. And then Keldrick Falk, their edge rusher, could be a top 15 pick in the NFL draft, too. So Auburn is a team to watch out for in the SEC this year.
Here comes Auburn. Max Chadwick is his name. Co-host of Pro Football Focus's college football show at CFB. Max Chadwick on Twitter. Go give him a follow. Max, thanks for the time this morning, man. Always appreciate it.
Max, I want to add one quick thing as we let you go. My co-host thinks the beard edition's great, man. He thinks it just
the beard
adds
looks
sexiness
phenomenal
to you.
It looks phenomenal, dude. 2 thumbs up.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, I tried to grow out the beard a couple of years ago just to see how it works out, and thankfully it's worked out so far. So I think it might be here to stay, but I appreciate the kind words there.
There you go. Great stuff from Max Chadwick. A Pro Football Focus, the Daily Ticker, as always, brought to you by our wonderful friends at Pelican Brewing Company. Their Hard Hops presents today's Daily Ticker. Discover Hard Hops Blackberry Hop-infused hard seltzer and experience your hops differently. There is so much that we haven't even, just tip of the iceberg.
We haven't talked
from week
Arch.
One. We have not talked about Arch.
The boar.
Who looked like ass this weekend.
Is Mike Norvell a good coach?
I'm in sports. Hell, the honeymoon's over. Are
Also,
you smoking crack?
He's back, baby.
He brought up a point. You're going to view it as
no.
defending.
Yeah.
And I will understand why.
Sure.
He brought up something that I absolutely thought about this week. And I'm like, if this happens a different way, what is the takeaway at this point? And I'll tell you what that is.
Off, dude.
He's back. He's back.
Well, you knew he was coming back.
Let's set this up as the tease. Where dirt was right. Next on The Fan.
a.m.
Well, it happened again, boys. It happened again.
Boy, good weekend for you. Good weekend for you. Where Sprague was wrong.
It's almost like a guy who probably should have gone 7-5 in 2023, but was bailed out by a generational quarterback. And
Does Penix get the Heisman? Should we give Penix the Heisman?
I think we should revise that Heisman. Yeah. I mean, this was my point in not ranking Alabama in the top 12. And at the time, it was viewed as sour grapes by me. Like, I never questioned his ability to have his team ready for big games and big moments.
Sure.
He certainly did that when he was at UW. He gave me two of the most heartbreaking losses that I've ever experienced as a fan. He did it last year against Georgia, despite almost blowing a 30-point lead. Like, he has the ability to get his team ready to go and play in big games. But the takeaway from the 2023 season for Kalen DeBoer, outside of the pain he inflicted on me, would have been also, why did they barely beat everybody else? Why did you need a 100-yard pick six against Arizona State and a drop pass against Stanford and a snap out of the end zone on a punt against Oregon State and a fourth down conversion against Washington State
deep in your
and
own
a block field goal against Utah and a
Yeah.
fumble from Caleb Williams? And like the list goes on and on. Like, that's who they were that year. And look, Victor go the spoils, right? They went undefeated, and that's a season that UW fans will never forget.
Absolutely.
That's besides the point now. The point is, how will he do at the biggest, arguably the biggest job in all of college football? And this has kind of been his DNA. Last year, when he didn't have a Michael Penix to bail him out, what happened when his team no-showed against Vandy?
Yeah.
What happened when his team no-showed against Oklahoma?
Yeah.
And they came out flat, lethargic, and got kicked in the teeth for 4 quarters on Saturday in Tallahassee.
I see. Okay. Look, I'm giving you. You lay out, you get your dirty poll. It's correct. You were very close to that Kansas State one being devastating.
Hey.
That
It's a
being
1-1
said,
football team right there.
Exactly. I disagree with you in this sense. The opening drive was 8 minutes.
Opening drive
and
was a touchdown,
55 rushing yards and dominance. And I'm like,
And they were outscored 31-10 the rest of the game.
And I think they rushed for 30 yards the rest of the
Could
game.
not run the football, and they got dominated at the line of scrimmage, which
Look,
is exactly what happened to him when his team didn't show up in multiple games when he was at UW.
I vividly remember that season. It was magical. It was so fun. Penix is one of my favorite quarterbacks to ever watch spin it.
Yeah.
Okay. That being said, like, you do add context now that the guy's at a bigger facility. He is at a much bigger program with higher expectations. If people would have really keyed in on the season and not just the Oregon game.
He won big games. He
or
beat
the
Texas
playoff
and he beat
game.
Oregon twice. Yep.
Okay. But let's revisit even those if you want to. Blew the lead in the first Oregon game, blew the lead in the title game, both came back, got fourth down stops at home, and then won outright in the conference title game. The Texas game, guess who came crawling back in that game?
Yeah, they had 4 shots inside the 20-yard line.
Even the games he won that were the big games, he had moments where his teams blew leads or allowed opponents very close to come back. And so you can play this what-if game, but we kind of have to now that he's at Alabama. I'm not kidding when I say, in retrospect, Jaden Daniels' stats a little padded against bad teams. Penix, to me, was the Heisman that year. He didn't win it. I would contemplate giving it to him. I mean, my God. Nothing with Milroe and nothing against, what is it, Simpson?
Ty Simpson, yeah.
Samsonite, who cares? Kid's running for his life every other play. And even when he's throwing on the run, he's throwing at feet. Dirt, I'm like watching this jaw drop stun. Not that they lost.
They got
They got
physically
absolutely dominated by Florida State. And Tommy C.
By a team who, by the way, ran their mouths about Alabama all offseason. They gave bulletin board material
the quarterback
the entire offseason. This is the best defense I've faced. This is my own defense. Saban's not there anymore.
Yeah.
We're not scared. Bulletin board material, which should have woken Alabama up to come out and lay a can of whoop ass, and they still couldn't do it.
He came out with those quotes. Saban, I don't know if you caught this on Game Day, was like, or maybe it was McAfee or something, was like, I'll tell you now, if you say something like that when I was coaching there, it's over at halftime. Like, he was like, I'm dominating you if you say this about me.
Yes.
And this cat is running for a first down in the first quarter and just pointing right in front of Alabama's bench. And what do? They rolled over and died. I don't think they're going to fire him. Little bit of a pussycat. I don't know.
Ooh.
I cannot speak to the actual finances of Alabama.
See what you did there.
But I looked it up, and I think I read correctly. His buyout, just him, at the end of the season, say they go 8-4, is $68 to $69 million.
Yeah.
The staff would be an additional couple million, plus whatever you have to pay whoever you want to leave wherever they are, because you ain't hiring a nobody, right? If you wanted a Dan Lanning, quote unquote, you're 20 plus million plus whatever you're going to have to pay him to even leave Oregon, which I don't think he is. Like, it just isn't feasible.
Oregon's a better job now anyways.
These programs don't have the money they've set themselves up to buy out. Norvell is in this with Florida State.
No, because you have to spend through the university for your roster.
So $20 million a year now.
I know you want to play the legend audio, and I'll let you do it in a second, but, like, I'm sorry, man. He might go 8-4, and that's I would drop them out of my top 25. They look that pathetic. There is not a lot of optimism I would have. 8-4 is a good year at this point based on what we just watched. I know they'll get another win or two, and we'll probably have to revisit. That was just pathetic. That was
to open your season.
That was as pathetic an effort
you got punked
as any team in college football gave.
Yeah, you got punked. They ran their mouth against you the entire offseason, and you no-show. That's a game that you take. That's a game that becomes personal. That should be if your football team's connected and cares. That's a game that you come out and send a message. There is better talent up and down Alabama's roster, more so than basically everybody on their schedule, particularly Florida State.
He looked confused.
And
he had faces of like, what's happening right now?
Yes.
I don't know.
So speaking of which, I got 2 bits of audio I want to play with for you. This one came. They did their press conference yesterday, so this isn't from the post game. This is their Monday presser. He, like every coach, said going into the game against Florida State, it's been a great week of practice. You know, we're ready to go, ready to kick off the season. We've had a great week of practice. Here is a back and forth between him and a reporter yesterday that is making Alabama fans already out on him. This made it even worse.
You mentioned the great week before the game. Just how much do you self-scout the preparation before games? And are there times as a coach where maybe you notice during the week that things might not be going the way that you want them to?
You said, what do you mean, great week?
A great week. You said a great week of preparation.
For this week, you're saying, or are you referring to last
going
week?
up to Florida State before that game.
I said that?
You said that, yeah, before.
Oh, just
yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, dude, you said it was a great week of preparation last week.
Also, it's Monday. You haven't had a preparation week for this week, so obviously I'm talking about
last week, and that didn't make anybody happy. And then we waited around. When is it going to happen? When will it transpire? And then it happened. He has returned.
This is a football nightmare, brother. I mean, it's clear this guy is just a substitute teacher that's got no control over the class whatsoever, Paul. This guy's got no control of this program. It's all lip service, brother. It's all lip service. It was bad enough that I had to go on Maury Povich last year before the nation and say that Vandy was my daddy. That was bad enough. But now there's a part 2 to Legends football nightmare. I just got my ass run over by the Gus bus. The friggin' Gus bus just ran my ass over. I guess it's true what they say, Paul. The Gus bus wheels do go round and round. I've never seen a team more softer, more pathetic in all my life. 12 missed tackles last year in the worst game. 14 missed tackles in this game. They said 20 plays where players didn't even care, didn't even chase after the play. Where's the pride? Where's the passion? Where's the friggin' tradition? The pride of wearing the damn A jersey? Where is it? That was friggin' pathetic, dude.
Can you pull the very beginning of that? Because that was me on Saturday night. Can I add one more thing of content? So, look, I'm wrong on it. It seems like it's a bad fit, and I know people brought that up when he got hired. I just was like, he's a good coach. I don't think fit matters.
I mean, to be fair to you, he had won everywhere he had been. It wasn't just the 1 year at UW, or 2 years, I should say, at UW.
The funny thing is when he's 9-3, and here's my only rebuttal, okay? My only slight defense of him, because I'm not going to argue against any of how it looked. Max Chadwick pointed out something that I actually thought about in my kitchen between game snacks of they shouldn't have been in the playoff Saban's last year. Everybody and their mom, the only ones who argued for it were the ones that didn't want to watch the non-starting quarterback of Florida State playing a playoff game, and then Florida State got rolled because everybody dropped out of the bowl game.
They were a one-loss SEC champ, but Florida State was undefeated.
Undefeated. Power 5 team. That had never been left out ever in that existence. But because the quarterback was listed with a broken foot and we knew he wouldn't play, they left him out. All I'm saying as a rebuttal is if Saban's last year isn't a playoff year when it was a 4-teamer, he still would have come in with the Saban expectations, but it ain't like he would have been handing the national championship team to him. That's my only little defense of Kalen DeBoer. Other than that, I don't think they have the money to fire this guy, and if they do, my God, you're just going to have to try to push him to figure something out there. Toughness is a big factor here.
Has been for the last 2 years under him, man.
How your defense doesn't look improved at all.
People were doing film breakdowns of it, and there were legitimately moments in the game where guys on defense were just not doing anything. Like just jog. There was 2 touchdowns that Florida State scored in which there were guys in the secondary that probably could have caught them and tackled them. Now maybe Florida State still scores, but it's just a sign of a lack of effort, and that's a culture issue, and that's hard to... That when that stuff gets into the DNA of your program, that's really hard to get out. There was a booster who came out and said that he's been at the team hotel in the Kalen DeBoer era and stayed at the same hotel as the team the night before a game on the road.
Yeah.
And basically at 2 a.m., there's girls coming and going. They're ordering DoorDash deliveries. There's not like a strict standard. It's just... Little things like that don't seem like they matter, and then you watch a team not give any effort on a game day and roll over when they start getting punched in the mouth, and that's kind of who your program is right now.
And I'm watching this offense, like Proctor's this big offensive line prospect.
Might be a top 5 pick in the draft.
Guess who got beat the most on the offensive line?
He got dominated.
Dominated by that
sense.
Florida State pass rush. How is Simpson the best quarterback you can possibly get?
Yeah, I actually look. He wasn't great. There's no doubt.
No, I'm giving him credit for fighting.
Like he at least played hard. Like he was out there trying to make something happen.
But that defense, after they got run over, they had a moment for a quarter and a half. It felt like they had settled in and they weren't allowing anything. And that offense is a disaster.
Couldn't do anything. Ryan Grubb's back though. That'll fix everything, right? Ask the Seahawks fans about that.
Ryan Williams was dropping a couple passes. He got lit up, but he dropped a couple passes.
He has not had a 100-yard game since the Georgia game last year.
Yeah.
Kalen DeBoer is now 5-5 in his last 10 games.
He's 4-4. Is it double-digit favorite? Is that the stat?
He just lost to his 4th unranked opponent.
That's crazy.
It took Nick Saban like 13 years for that to happen. It took Kalen DeBoer 14 games. It's insane.
Yeah.
Wild result from the opening weekend of the season. Let's continue on it in terms of a couple other duds that were laid this weekend. Also, I'm curious what our biggest takeaways were from the opening weekend of college football. We'll dive back into the local schools with some audio coming up later on. Don't forget the mail sack as well. Questions welcome, 503-864-6326. We're back after this. First Year Swag with Sports Center.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
Brought to you by 808 Hawaiian Restaurant. Makes plates like Grandma used to make. If your grandma were from the Big Island, Woodstock, Burnside, Beaverton, or online at ate-oh-ate.com. First on the Fan, the opening weekend of the college football season ended with a bit of a dud in Chapel Hill. The TCU Horned Frogs with 41 unanswered points after North Carolina scored the opening touchdown, spoiling Bill Belichick's debut. 48-14 the final. TCU quarterback Josh Hoover, 27 of 36 for 284 yards and 2 touchdowns. It's on to week 2. And for the Ducks, after an easy week 1 win, they're 28.5-point favorites, hosting Oklahoma State Saturday at Autzen Stadium. Beavers trying to bounce back from a season-opening loss to Cal. They're 3-point favorites over Fresno State Saturday afternoon at Reser Stadium. NFL injury updates leading into week 1. In L.A., reports indicate Rams quarterback Matthew Stafford will be ready to start the season opener against the Houston Texans, even though he's got issues with a disc in his back. More back issues in Green Bay. New Packers linebacker Micah Parsons says he'll take an injection in order to play in their opener against the Lions. Chargers running back Najee Harris has been cleared to play week 1 against the Chiefs in Brazil after an eye injury kept him out of most of training camp. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigart from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The home of 6:30 a.m.
All right, welcome back in. Legend got us going today.
I mean,
God, it's so good.
He summed it up really well. This was me Saturday night.
This is a football nightmare, brother.
You know what I said on New Year's Day 2025?
This is a football nightmare, brother.
34-0? What just happened,
Hey,
man?
Kalen.
You ain't at Washington no more.
So good, dude. Couple of thoughts, by the way, coming in from Husky fans.
Yeah.
And this is
I hope that didn't come off as like we're taking away your magical season. We're just pointing out Kalen specifically. Penix.
This is what I said at the time. And
saved
it was,
you.
Yes, it was viewed as sour grapes, but it's like every good team's going to have a down week. Every good team is going to have a week where they kind of no-show and you got to survive, and it's way more uncomfortable than you thought.
This week might be that week in college football.
You never know. They did it for half of a season. It was week after week after, and every time it happened, we thought, okay, you needed a 100-yard pick six against ASU. You got away with it. You survived.
Didn't they not score an offensive touchdown?
They didn't score an offensive touchdown. They were losing.
The Stanford fourth down drop.
Yes, that was the next week. And
Yeah.
then it was Oregon State. And then it was Utah.
Yeah.
And then it was USC. And then it was like,
right.
That was half of your year. And they found a way. It's a magical season. Nobody will ever take that away from you. But this is the argument I made at the time. He also had a recruiting class outside the top 25 at the time, and they were undefeated. So it just, some of this stuff, somebody said, as a Husky fan, I was not happy that we got screwed, that we screwed around and let Texas back in the game, to the game you were mentioning.
Yes.
Which is why Dylan Johnson got hurt. I remember that. Then DeBoer was out getting courted by Alabama instead of preparing for the national championship.
Prepping for the Natty.
Another one said, not quite, I'm sure, I'm ready to say it, but as a UW fan, it might just be possible that we dodged a bullet with DeBoer leaving. He had a generational talent at quarterback.
Yes, he did.
To prop him up, and Jed Fish is actually already providing to be, or proving, I think, much better recruiter. Which he is. The recruiting classes have gotten better under Jed Fish, and the culmination of young talent has gotten better under Jed Fish than it ever was under Kalen DeBoer.
The one thing I always give, look, I think they've elevated and they have the financial support, but like if you use a Lanning example here, okay, just bear with me. And I know Oregon is a big spender and all that.
Yes.
But when coaches, Kyle Whittingham, well, I'll use him, when they basically say, I'm good. And it's easy to say this now, and in hindsight, Alabama knocks on your door and Greg Burns like, here's a fat deal to coach Alabama football. It's easy to say, oh, I don't take it. But you do look at it and you go, man, sometimes the good thing you have is a good thing to hold on to.
Yeah.
You know, it's not always about chasing. It's about building. And, you know, maybe to that point, I don't know if where Husky fan is right now after their game against Colorado State, but the recruiting is upticked and it's gotten better. So in that metric, I'll give you that. And also, you highlighted this during the season, but I can understand people that viewed it as quote-unquote sour grapes. Some of that talent was leftover talent from Jimmy Lake.
Yes.
And Jimmy Lake just sucked.
The vast majority of it was brought in by a previous staff.
Now, he brought in Penix, and I didn't see Michael Penix being that, but what if Michael Penix wins the South this year?
Yes, what if he turns into a top 5 NFL quarterback?
I'm going to have to look at that and go, yeah.
Oh.
Brady Belichick? Penix DeBoer.
I mean, on that note, we did stay up late and watch the Cougs. They somehow survived against Idaho. I don't know. Are we going to have any takeaways after Coug games this year? Or is it just kind of a freebie year of just, you know,
I'm not going to bash them.
I'm not saying bash them,
but I don't think they're very good.
No, they're not going to be very good.
I don't know if they're...
I don't think anybody was surprised by that.
I don't know if they have a chance to go bowling.
Zero chance to go bowling. I'll say it. They're not going to a bowl
That team
game.
was as talented as Idaho.
They're really bad. It's going to be a really bad year for them.
Now, my team plays them twice.
You do.
And we got shut out by Air Force last year. So I'm not going to say anything else other than the Washington State team I watched on my quad box needed a field goal at the horn to win the game. And I still didn't walk away going, I felt like they were better.
Yeah. Let's get to, here's what we're going to do. Top of the hour, we'll check back in with Oregon State. We got some audio that we haven't played yet, Lanning and Trent Bray.
Still haven't talked about Arch, dude.
Let's get to Arch. We got to get to Arch at some point.
LSU.
We have not talked about Clemson. There's going to be some leftovers.
Sellers?
Look, this is the world we're living in.
Harbor? Stewart?
They look pretty good late, didn't
dirty
they?
ball.
They look pretty good late. Early on, people were tweeting me, are you nervous about your Cox right now? And I said, hey.
I mean, it was 10-8.
It's week 1, dude. Let him warm up a little bit, all right? Give him time here. Lenore Seller's going to get this thing going.
He looked good.
We also haven't talked about the Huskies who played a late game Saturday night, and maybe the dumbest fake field goal I've ever seen.
Jay Norvell, man.
What are you doing?
I don't think he's a bad coach, though.
Are you sure about that? That was pretty bad.
They were tied for a long time.
Let's talk about that game
for a while.
Some of the other big takeaways, including an arch dud in Columbus, and something that we thought going into the year that I feel even stronger about. And we'll get to that next on 105.1 FM The Fan.
It's time for Who's Stinking It Up?
Woo! Do not go in there.
A sports lowlight, ripped from the headlines.
We couldn't do diddly poo.
Brought to you by Three Mountains Home Services. Schedule your appointment online at threemountainshomservices.com.
Obviously, we have a lot of work to do. We need to do a better job all the way around, coaching, playing, all three phases of the game. Just wasn't up to what it needs to be.
Yeah, there's Bill Belichick. Fun fact, there was a scoop and score for the TCU defense late that made it 41-7. Bill Belichick was 41 years old when Jordan Hudson was 7 years old.
The quarterback who came in when he benched his starter, Max Johnson, is 24. You know who else is 24?
Jordan Hudson.
His girlfriend, Jordan Hudson, same age as the quarterback who completed the most passes for him last night.
Rip-roaring start, Bill. Great start there on the standalone game. Who's stinking it up? North Carolina and Bill Belichick, brought to you by Three Mountains Home Services, who are making it easy for you to save big on an AC tune-up service. Right now, $59 AC tune-up. Schedule online, threemountainshomservices.com. $59 AC tune-up. They make home services delightful.
Time we're learning a lesson of football season. There's too much and too little time. So, do the best we can over the next hour and 10 minutes. The Big Nooner sure was a dud.
Was it?
Or did you like a defensive battle?
Oh, I thought you were talking about the TV show.
No, not the TV show. The game. The Big Nooner game. Texas and Ohio State. Best #1 opening season game we've ever seen. And it was 7-0 going late in the third quarter.
I would add that, also, Portnoy trolling Ohio State is not in any way interesting to me as television. It's like, dude, you do that on a Stooley podcast or something.
Yeah, it's fine on your own brand.
But good luck to everybody in that venture.
That'll go well.
I wasn't, I think, shocked that the game went the way it did. I think week 1 takeaways are, unless big name, talented team playing absolute patsy, you're just going to get offense takes forever. We mentioned jokingly Lenore Sellers in South Carolina. It was 10-8 in the fourth quarter.
Well, especially with new starting quarterbacks. Who Sellers isn't that, but in Texas, Ohio State, you had 2 basically new starting quarterbacks.
Well, and, I'd use Clemson LSU too, 2 returning quarterbacks with high NFL
Struggled
draft interest. Those offenses struggle. I'm not selling Clemson. I'm not overly going to buy LSU either. I think those are 2 very good football teams, and LSU came back late, and they dominated late, and they won the game.
I have the same feeling in Texas, Ohio State. Ohio State won.
Same.
But it almost feels like they didn't win. Anybody else have that takeaway?
Yeah, we're acting like Texas lost 48-7.
Yeah.
Here's my criticism. 1, the Arch stuff. It's not Arch's fault per se, but I also want to give Sark some blame. Every possible interview I saw that guy do about Arch, he didn't poo-poo anything. He was asked by Rinaldi, why is he something to the effect of the hype? And he's like, he's ready for it because of his name. And he also had a weird answer of who's under more pressure, coach or quarterback? First of all, Arch is 20, you're the coach. And he goes, I think both of us understand there's a lot of pressure on us. And I'm like, you're the coach.
Take the heat.
Take the blame.
I'm under the pressure here to put him in a position. I fall on the sword.
But let's not sugarcoat this, dude. Outside of 3 throws.
Late in the game, he was terrible for 3 quarters.
He was horrendous. He wasn't just terrible. He's horrendous. Whenever did you guys think or know he threw like Uncle Rico? He flung steaks at people's faces all day. He wasn't throwing a football. I didn't know he threw the football so sidearm, dude.
Opening pass play of the game, they called a play-action boot out to his throwing side. He threw it sidearm, and it skipped on the ground 5 yards in front of a wide-open wide receiver.
Would have been a nice start if he would have completed that pass.
Got a little bit of nerves there.
I don't know. I'm not stunned offense struggles week 1.
Yes.
Jeremiah Smith had more drops in 1 possession than he did all of last season. He had 2 on 1 possession. He had 1 last year.
Ohio State had 203 total yards of offense. They were 3 of 12 on third down.
I thought Texas ran the ball fine, good, considering what they were up against, not having
way
a passing
better than Ohio
attack.
State, yeah.
And I thought Sark's goal line calls were horrific. But, Arch was awful.
It was did we enjoy that? A little bit of the chuckle with the hype? There was that was a lot.
I'm laughing at Feinbaum than
sure,
I am,
that's what I'm saying. I'm not
Arch.
Yeah, it's not personal against him.
No.
I don't know the kid. He seems like a good kid.
His glasses commercial was adorable.
It's kind of cute. His dad's in commercials with him. It's not an anti-Arch stance. It's just an anti, can we just pump the brakes a little bit on the hype machines going into the year?
You know who should have got more love? Nussmeier.
Yeah.
That kid was
He's a returning starter.
He threw some nice gems
really
out
good.
there. JKS should have got more hype for what he did to my Beavers than Arch Manning. Are you kidding me?
It was funny because the takeaway from that game, I came away with it saying, Texas is probably going to be fine. Arch is probably going to be fine. That team's loaded with
Texas
talent.
stock.
I actually came away not even that impressed. I shouldn't say that because they won the game, and it was, winning games like that is impressive. I shouldn't say I didn't come away shaking my boots looking at Ohio State and their offense. Julian Sand looked lost for the majority of that game. He had a horrific decision late to throw a ball away instead of just taking a sack and making Texas use a timeout.
Oh, I know.
Allowed them
Kill
to
the
have
clock,
extra time. Dude, that's quarterback one-on-one. Just go down. Who cares about the loss of yardage?
Yep.
They couldn't run the football at all. He was, what was his final stat line?
I mean, it wasn't
13
amazing.
of 20.
Yeah.
They had
For
200
how many
yards, 126 yards.
That's not amazing.
Dude, it was not pretty off, but they converted a 4th and goal. Texas handed them the ball a couple times in a short yardage, threw a pick, turnovers helped them, and they converted a 4th and goal, and they won. Ohio State's one of the best teams in the country, but I think it connects to a takeaway that I had. I don't know if you guys agree with this from week 1 of the thought coming into the year was, man, this could be really fun because there's not one team that we look at and say, who's going to be able to beat them? We did that with Ohio State last year. Now, they didn't play like it until late in the season, and then they reminded us of like, oh, that's right, they're better than everybody. If Texas wins this game 35-17 and Arch rips them apart, I think we're having that takeaway out of this game of like, who the hell is going to compete with that? But I didn't see anything from anybody this weekend that made me go, that's unbeatable.
This is going to sound a little disrespectful too. Like Ortner told me this. He's like, I was really impressed with Patricia. I'm like,
you guys throwing sidearm and
the kid's throwing
skipping balls
sidearm into the ground. He looks like me trying to skip a rock. Like, what are you talking about?
Looked like the moment was too big for him.
And I just like Ohio State's defense replaced a lot. 8 starters. I totally get it. Like, give them their flowers. But
they got Caleb Downs back, who's the best safety in the country.
Dude, I was a little more impressed with Ryan Day's nipple piercing than I was Matt Patricia. Like, kid's throwing sidearm into the ground. I don't know how much of that is Ohio State's defense.
When you win a title, you can do whatever you want to your nipples.
So that is a nipple piercing? Is that confirmed?
It has to be. He has a nipple piercing.
Okay, so
when you win an Natty, you get to do what you want. To the victor goes the spoils.
So maybe he's dyeing his beard and he's piercing a nipple?
Maybe he's always had a nipple kink. I don't know.
Is the other nipple pierced?
Wants the wife to pull on him. I don't get what he gets, what he's into.
You do pull it, right? Isn't that why you get it?
I would imagine so. I don't have my nipples pierced, so I can't speak to that. And I don't know if it's like an earring thing. Do you just do the left ear or the left nipple? Because it looked like it was a left nipple based on photos that we saw.
Is there one reputational nipple of like, you're gay? Like the way that used to be with an ear
The
piercing?
right earring or the left earring?
Right, that used to be a big
only
deal.
do the left earring, but not the right earring.
What kind? Does he got a barb? Is it
I
a
hope
barb
so.
or is because it didn't look like a ring?
I wish it was a little dangly thing.
Oh,
a little dangle down there.
That'd be pretty good.
A little dangle right there.
Look, I just Ohio State to me is going to be damn good. That's not shocking to say. I'm going to give you another takeaway, and it's week 1. I know who played who. Penn State's going to be good. Ohio State's going to be good, and Oregon's going to be really good. And if you told me Oregon can win the Big Ten again, I think I'm walking away saying, yeah, I saw some dudes this weekend, and I know it's Montana State.
Sure.
It's not about how they played against Montana State versus Ohio State playing Texas. It's just that I think what your point is accurate.
Like Julian saying, maybe Ohio State wins in their title, but did anybody come away the game saying, oh my God, that guy's going to beat you by himself?
No.
And maybe Ohio State's good enough around him to win again, but there's not that fear in the quarterback.
No, but Arch was so bad that somehow that stat line actually impressed me compared to Arch Manning. Like, that was my other takeaway. Like, I can't believe this kid is not doing anything, and it's more impressive than what Arch is doing.
He won the game.
I don't know who the best team in college football is, and that's actually a fun world to live in.
It's a really good spot.
There's really
probably
is a good spot.
10 or 12 teams that you're looking at that have a legitimate chance of doing it, depending on who's healthy and who's getting good quarterback play at the end of the year. Look, not all low-scoring games are boring. It wasn't a boring game because of the storylines and the way that Arch was playing, and then they woke up late and damn near had to come back to tie it. So it ended up being interesting in the end, but 14-7 Ohio State beats Texas, and maybe we can pump the brakes just a little bit on the Arch hype train. He's going to be fine.
So
He's
best
very
since Tim
talented,
Tebow. Was that walked back yesterday by Feinbaum? Or
I mean,
did he double
Feinbaum
down?
literally in the morning of the game on the SEC Network said they're going to win by 3 touchdowns. Like, he's been predicting a Texas blowout forever, and they damn near got shut out for the first time in a game in like 10 years, dude. Until late, they didn't score. They almost got shut out.
One other theme from the weekend.
Yeah.
Catch, no catch. Like, I don't know
We're
anymore.
there again, aren't we?
I don't know anymore,
I
man.
can't tell you what it is. Used to be, you know it when you see it.
The South
Now, I don't
Carolina
know.
kid took 3 steps.
Yeah, there was one in the was it the LSU Clemson
Yeah.
game where they weren't even talking about it
No.
being ruled an incompletion, and then they ruled it an incompletion.
Well, I saw the ball loose, and I go, they might overturn it, and they didn't talk about it.
What are we doing here? Lots of college football still to get to in the final hour of the show. We will get to the mail sack coming up at 9:15, 503-864-6326. Haven't talked about the Huskies yet. We'll dive back into the Ducks, into the Beavs. Loaded final hour. Don't go anywhere. Dirt and Sprague, 105.1 FM, The Fan.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, what a dud in Chapel Hill for Bill Belichick's college coaching debut. Scored on their opening drive, then gave up 41 unanswered to the Horned Frogs, losing 48-14. TCU quarterback Josh Hoover, 27 of 36 for 284 yards and 2 touchdowns. Now the Ducks and Beavers are on to week 2. Oregon 28.5-point favorites over Oklahoma State as the Cowboys will come to Autzen this Saturday afternoon. Beavers looking for their first win of the season, hosting Fresno State. They're 3-point favorites also Saturday afternoon in Corvallis. NFL set to open their season this week. Reports out of LA indicate the Rams plan on having Matthew Stafford at quarterback despite his touchy back. New Packers linebacker Micah Parsons said he would take an injection in his sprained back in order to play in Green Bay's opener against the Lions. And Chargers running back Najee Harris has been cleared to play week 1 against the Chiefs in Brazil following the eye injury that kept him out of most of training camp. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigart from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The home of Ducks game.
Hey, let's do this. Final hour, Dirt and Sprague here on Portland Sports Leader, 105.1 FM, The Fan, 1080 AM, the Odyssey app, live on YouTube.
This is a football nightmare, brother.
A lot of people saying that after one weekend. It's so good to have it back in our lives. It delivered catches and no catches, bad offense, games coming out on the wire, bad coaching decisions. Wonderful opening weekend of college football.
Got good news for you.
What do you got?
First of all, we haven't even talked about the biggest upset.
What was the biggest upset?
My Nelson Hawks.
Yes, on
beating
Friday
Sprague's
night.
Lake Ridge.
Shocking upset in the ranks of high school football.
26-21. I had to text. I saw the score after I got back from the hops. I had to text. I go, what the hell happened?
You know what I didn't hear? I didn't hear a lot of tackle by a Swigart. I didn't hear any of that.
You know what the people in Lake Ridge were saying on Friday night?
Hell no.
Oh, hell yeah.
no.
They were not happy about that outcome.
Nimick was like, explain to me how this is happening. I'm like, they're tackling the hell out of this big running back, and they can't stop Malachi Garlington.
Nimick picked Lake Ridge to win the state championship. It's almost as bad as picking Kansas State in the preseason dirty poll and watching them nearly lose at home to North Dakota. It's almost like that happened. Wow. Dodged a bullet there.
Did Nimick jinx Lake Ridge?
Ooh, is it the Nimick curse now? If he picks you to win the state title, you don't want him to
say.
You want him to stay away, stay like the old SI cover. You don't want to be on that at the beginning of college football.
It was a great effort by us Nelson fans because what people don't talk about, Nelson High School built their stadium incorrectly. They built the stadium facing the west. Where does the sun set?
Yeah.
Sunset's in the west.
Yeah, guess what's blinding the entire home crowd for half the game?
You know, you got another month of that, then the sun will start going down
It doesn't
at
matter.
3:15. Yeah.
How do you not look at that structurally and say, let's not
Maybe.
face the sun. Let's make the opponents face the sun.
Why don't we go the other way for a night game? That's pretty good, you know.
But other than that, they did an exceptional job.
Well done to Nelson. Shout out to all the high school kids who kicked off their seasons this week. I saw Nick Krupke back on the beat for Friday Night Lights on Friday. His top 10 plays. I saw that. The highlights all
Anthony
over the
Newman's
place.
1-0.
He's 1-0, downplaying it. You know, next man up. Next week, we're on to whoever the hell they're playing this week.
Also,
so.
Newman says the Ducks win by 40, but he won't give a score prediction.
No, he does not make a score prediction on the pregame show. He does not. No
But
score
he'll just say they win by. What's the difference?
You know, there's a difference.
If I say you're going to win by 50, but you won't give me a number, why is
that 80-30 or is that 50-0? It could be anything. You think it's going to be a shutout? I almost hit my pregame score prediction on the nose. I said 52-14.
You were close.
That was pretty close. 59-13.
Maybe if you had better offense, you could have scored 73 like USC.
You know, we didn't quite have USC level of offense. We all know when USC plays good in week 1, it translates to the rest of the year, just like their win over LSU translated into a 7-5 season last year. Let's get to the Huskies, who played on Saturday
Skiing
night.
is 7-5.
God, it feels so good to be back, doesn't it?
It's going to be nice when the NFL can like wash out the disgusting,
Yes.
awful football out of our mouths from Saturday,
Yes,
too.
that will happen this weekend because it's a bad slate in college football. There will be upsets because that always happens, but there's not a lot of games you go in saying, "Ooh, that should be a good one."
Let's find 3 games each from this weekend's college slate at the end of the week that we
Okay.
can nail down.
Not
and say,
including your game, your team's game.
Yeah, not including your team's
like, can't
game.
you? Because I would say, okay, of course I'm going to watch Oregon, Oklahoma State.
No, a game off the beaten path.
Off the beaten path
that we're not thinking about.
Huskies played on Saturday night. Do we have any takeaways from their win over Colorado State other than Jay Norvell being an idiot? It was a game that was back and forth. It felt like they should have been up by more, but they weren't. And then you're like, wait, Colorado State has a chance to cut this to a 1-possession game in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
It was an interesting night. What do we make of the Huskies in their debut?
Damon Williams, very up and down. I had moments where I'm like, yes.
He's so athletic, dude.
And then I have other moments where I'm like, why?
Yeah.
And Jonah Coleman's a stud.
He's a bowling ball.
That's about it.
Okay.
Defense, kind of what I expected. I wasn't stunned that Colorado State was able to keep up with them at the beginning. And I was waiting for the breakaway point at some point, and it happened in the second half, but it did finally happen.
It did, yeah. I mean, it was... There's good things and bad things to take away from every game that you watch. If I'm a Husky fan, one, the Damon Williams stuff would get me hyped. I would be slightly fearful of just him in the pocket as a passer because of his size.
Well, do you worry about him trying to be too much of a playmaker?
I do worry about him
Does that
taking
make
too
sense?
many hits because he took a lot of hits. He took a lot of sacks, and some of that is still on him because I thought their offensive line played better. He just sometimes he just kind of stands in the pocket and holds onto it too long and drifts backwards. There's a little bit
He
of
creates his own pressure in a way. Yeah.
Instead of just like being active and moving your feet and not being a statue back there at times, because when he is athletic, he's damn near impossible to
His
stop.
numbers are good though on paper,
Dude,
man.
they were
18
solid.
24, 226.
He threw some
and a
dimes in
9.4
that game.
average.
He had some great, broken plays where he avoided rushes. He had some great scrambles. Like he showed you, he's another one of those guys, and I'm like, damn it, I wish he wasn't a Husky because he'd be a lot of fun to root for. Undersized little, jitterbug kind of quarterback. The standing in the pocket stuff would concern me at times. I think there's a game plan of like if you can try and find a way to enclose it around him. I don't think he can see the field very well. Offensive line is a major plus. They look much better than they did last year. Their ability to run the football was evident. They ran for nearly 300 yards as a team. It wasn't just Coleman, but he was the main candidate of that. Boston is a stud and will catch everything in his direction.
See, I think Boston can have an even bigger impact
Without
as
a
the season
doubt.
goes on. DeMond gets a little more comfortable. Easy go-to guy, and he wasn't that game.
I would say the two concerns I would have is, one, your defensive line looks like a sieve, and that's going to be a problem when you play bigger, more physical teams, and that was a concern for them last year, and I don't know how they addressed it, and so good luck in that category against bigger teams this year. And then the other part of it is, like, we talked about this with some of the DNA traits from last year to this year, like, can you get away from them? Washington did a lot of stuff last year to shoot themselves in the foot. Like, they cost themselves a lot of games with dumb. What was the Rutgers penalty? It was like too many men on the field or whatever it was. A lot of dumb penalties that cost them in moments. And then here they have a drive at the end of they're up 14-7. They're driving to make it a 2-score game. Worst case scenario, you're up 17-7 or maybe 21-7, and then you get the ball to start the second half. And what happens? You hike the ball to your quarterback when he's not ready, and it's a fumble, and then Colorado State scores in a game that you probably should have separated at the end of the first half is now 14-14 going into the locker room. Hey, it's week 1, so I'm not going to be overly critical of anything. They won the game by 17 points and pulled away late. But there's little moments like that of, is that who you're going to be again this year? Are you going to shoot yourselves in the foot a lot? Because if you are, you're not going to hit your ceiling on what you could accomplish. And maybe it's a defensive line that dooms them. But positive takeaways and negative takeaways, similar to a lot of teams. But that was a big one for me of, you did a lot of boneheaded stuff last year that cost you games, and here you were with a boneheaded move, and a lot of kind of sacks were that way too, and penalties. They just kind of kept Colorado State in the game when it shouldn't have been a game.
There's two things I had. One is the optimistic viewpoint of it. They did separate late, right? And it's nice to see them win by that margin. They also covered, or they didn't cover for our Pac-12 picks against the spread.
Yeah, Colorado State covered.
Colorado State, look, they're never going to be off the charts top 25. I certainly don't think Norvell is a top whatever coach. They're always a feisty team, and they're one of those teams that can kind of be a thorn in the side. They're annoying. But the defensive line being exposed for what it was, and I know you can look at the stats and say, what did they finish? 85 rushing yards?
Yeah.
But you could just watch it and see that they were able to move the ball on the ground.
It's a box score game where if you look at it and then I tell you the game is
doesn't
nearly
tell
a
the story.
one-possession game in the fourth quarter, you're like, what? And that would be my fearful takeaway of like, You can get away with it. It's one game. It's week one. You're going to have mistakes. I get it. You do that against Ohio State, you're going to lose by 40.
I agree, but now here's the beauty of it. Colorado State, for your non-conference opponents, was your toughest test.
Oh, yeah. It's a cakewalk the rest of the way.
Because you should wax Washington State based on what we saw.
And they get UC
and
Davis
UC Davis
this
is this weekend. So,
they'll be 3-0.
You get 2 more games to clean it up. Now, look, are you Ohio State ready? Absolutely not. I don't know how I feel about that game at all. I probably don't feel great. But I'm optimistic in if you can clean some of your areas up where you were sloppy or not as good, 7-5, 8-4 is right there.
They have the talent, especially on offense, to do it.
I don't know if I'm quite at 9-3 was my other takeaway. I don't know if that had me walking away feeling confident about 9-3, but I also don't know. Maryland's starting a freshman quarterback, and he looked great, but that was Florida Atlantic. Michigan's got a freshman quarterback. We'll see on Illinois. Wisconsin's terrible. Purdue is terrible. UCLA doesn't look good. So 8-4, 9-3 might still be in the cards. Is it possible that you are 7-5, but you feel better about 7-5 than you would have going into the year?
Could be.
That's not impossibility either. I think a lot of it depends on the growth and maturity of DeMond at quarterback and not taking bad sacks or feeling like every play has to be a home run.
Yeah.
And then the defensive line and defensive front in general, find a way to slow the run game down a little bit more. Man, you can clean that stuff up. You can find yourself in a really good spot by the mid to end point of your season.
Interesting game against Ohio State coming up at the end of the month. What a weekend that's going to be. Oregon, Penn State, Washington, Ohio State, Alabama, Georgia.
And Alabama, Georgia is the same time as the Penn State-Oregon game?
Yes, it is. They're both 4:30 games. I want to say there's one other one in there, maybe like LSU, Ole Miss. There's one other game that weekend, too. It's a hell of a Saturday of college football. Coming up at the end of September. Huskies start out 1-0. Let's get to the mail sack. It'll be a quick 1-segment sack today. We don't have time for 2.
Okay.
We got too much football still to get to. I want to dive back into the Ducks and Beavers. We got some Lanning audio and some Bray audio. They haven't played yet, so we'll do that coming up at 9:30. But next, it is the mail sack. Get your questions in. We'll get to them as many of them as we can in one segment. 503-864-6326. Sack is next on The Fan.
a.m.
All right, welcome back in. We'll dive back into Oregon and Oregon State coming up at 9:30. So in about 12 minutes from now, you hear some more from Dan Lanning talking about all the young guys that played, and also Dante Moore making his first start in an Oregon uniform. Hey,
okay.
We know who the starting quarterback is at Oregon now.
Yeah.
Do you know it's Dante Moore?
Confirmed.
Confirmed. My source is confirmed. Dante Moore is the starter.
We got to talk about the other team?
I mean,
this is a football nightmare, brother.
I got one bit of audio I'll play for you, and then if we don't want to address it, we don't have to. But I got a soundbite I'll play for you.
We also put a poll question up. Hot Take Tuesday.
Yes.
Will Oregon State make a bowl game?
Oh.
Yes or no at Dirt and Sprague?
I still vote yes. Back half of the schedule's manageable. I think they win this weekend, and I'm going to vote yes on that poll question. Okay. But you can go vote at Dirt and Sprague on Twitter. Let's get to the mail sack, shall we? Here we go. Quick mail sack for today. Turn and burn. Mail sack question. Will we now hear Ryan Day's wife deny that he has pierced nipples like she denies he dyes his beard?
I mean, he's going to be asked about this, right? At some point, he's going to address this. It was too big on the internet to completely ignore.
It's pretty obvious, yeah.
I give you a take. It probably is pierced, and maybe he's already said he has a pierced nipple, and I just don't remember the quote.
Yes, he come out and acknowledged it.
I was wondering if it was a shave bump. Does he shave the hair around his nipple, and are those like just very big bumps from shaving? I understand what a pierced nipple looks like, yes. But I also am wondering, a football coach with a pierced nipple?
You excited if you see a pierced one out in the wild? Did that used to excite you back in the day? Like, oh, hey, spicy.
Oh, from a
yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
it
you
still
did.
does.
Yeah, kind of.
Still
Yeah,
like,
does it? Go home, float that one with the wife when you get home today. Hey, babe, what do you think?
No,
breastfeeding days are over.
No, I dare you to go home and say that.
Try what out. Sure that'll go over well. All right, you know what? Sticking on the theme, we got multiple nipple ones. Mail sack question: would you ever get your nipples pierced to celebrate a big moment? We all know that Dirt has a nipple fetish. Whoa.
You just basically admitted it.
Erroneous.
Yeah.
I have very big nipples. I'm very self-conscious about my nipples.
Oh, I have a buddy that's like this. I like to
like
go shirtless on the last hood to coast leg with no music.
He's got big nipples too.
And he won't go shirtless because he's so insecure about the way his nipples look.
If it's a certain temp in terms of coolness, I will, because then they'll harden up and then I don't have to worry about it. But if it's warm out, we're keeping those things under wraps.
You're more insecure about your nipples not being hard?
Yeah, if they're hard, they're okay. They don't look as big when they're hard.
Do you have innies?
Don't pull that. No, I don't. They're very outies.
I had a friend that had 2 innies.
I
blew our minds.
Dude, I'll trade you for innies immediately.
It looked like his boobs had sucked them in. Reverse. Dude, you got nipples?
What kind of nipples you got, Swag?
I think I got normal.
I think they're pretty normal.
Pretty normal nipples? Would you ever pierce your nipples?
No.
I don't think I would either.
You know how I am about needles.
Yeah, that's a good point.
No.
That's a good point.
Oh, yeah. I'm not
anti-needle.
No, I'm not a nipple piercer. I'm not anti-nipple piercer. What makes you more turned on, tattoos or nipple piercings? Because I think I like the art a little more than the nipple piercing.
Any kind of tattoo? Or does it matter where?
No, any
kind of so any sort of
some ladies,
like a butterfly on the ankle does it for you?
I mean, that doesn't do a lot for me.
Okay.
I think I like some tattoos.
Okay.
I don't know what a nipple piercing does for me. Like, oh, you want a little metal in your mouth?
We'll play with it. Probably tattoos.
Okay.
Probably tattoos.
Neither.
Just like them as is, huh?
Just normal.
When God intended.
That's right.
All right. Nice birthmark.
The way Jesus molded you.
That looks like the state of Texas.
Mail sack question: was Sean McDonough trying to bang C.J. Carr's mom after talking about her 40,000 times during the Notre Dame Miami game?
I don't know. Was Gus Johnson trying to get with Arch's mom? Because I felt like
it.
both of them were doing the same thing.
Was I the only one who wasn't aware of the Lloyd Carr C.J. Carr connection? I didn't connect those dots for some reason.
I said that on the show last week.
Did you really?
Yeah,
that
Lloyd
was,
Carr's
once they named him, that was, yes.
Now, is he in a
Right over my
condition where he can't travel? I was surprised he wasn't there. Or was
That I don't know.
Not.
I don't know.
Is he with us?
Or yeah,
Lloyd Carr.
Lloyd Carr's not dead.
I rooted for Lloyd Carr back in the day.
Lloyd Carr's alive.
Yeah, I'm not saying he isn't.
Lloyd Carr's alive.
I was a little surprised he wasn't there.
80 years old, Lloyd Carr.
Okay, so maybe he doesn't travel as much.
He might not.
and,
He
know,
could
I'm
have been
sure
there
he's
maybe in a
watching.
different spot. Maybe he's in a suite. They want to sit in the stands. I don't, who knows?
He had a nice little fade going on. I'm liking the vibe CJ Carr has.
Okay, all right. Mail sack question. A few things irk me as a sports fan more than the stadium arena flashing the lights on and off when a team scores, whether it's NFL, college football, or junior junior hockey. I can't stand it.
Yeah.
What is your random sports ick or thing that just rubs you the wrong way? I'm wondering why the lights turning on and off rubs you the wrong way. I think those are pretty cool.
Well,
I wish
if you
my
get seizures, I'd imagine that's not fun.
Well, yeah, he didn't say he's getting seizures out of it.
He didn't say he got a
He
seizure,
says it
but
irks him. That's a little bit different. But yes, if it gives you a seizure, I understand not enjoying it. I wish my team did it. My team doesn't do light shows at night games.
Well, you got to get the LED lights.
Yeah, I know. It's a special thing.
the
You
Mariners
guys do light shows.
the light show when they have a home run.
I love getting the lights dark, having some fireworks go off. Like, dude, have fun. It's sports.
I would say the thing that irks me is probably the over usage of fireworks.
Oh, okay. Anti-firework guy, huh?
Does everything need to be a firework?
Maybe it does, man. Maybe
Here
it does.
comes your team. Touchdown. We won.
The irony of this is I've never been to a stadium that had more fireworks than your baseball team.
No, I know.
When I
remember you
was in
told me that.
Atlanta, I was blown away. They did like a firework for every strikeout. Every strikeout in the game, a guy strikes out, and it's like the first time you hear it, you're like, is that gunshots? And you're like, oh, no, they're just doing a fireworks show for a strikeout in the top of the first inning.
For me, it is clearly the incessant soundtracks that run during play of an NBA game.
Oh, the music's been ridiculous.
And it's loud as hell.
How do you not like that? Come on, man.
It's
Get
too
your bob
much.
in your head while you're watching.
It's
the game.
every possession.
It is way
All
too
the
much.
damn
It used to be a good
time.
organ once in a while.
What happened to the organ? Can we make the organ great again?
The Knicks still have an
They
organ.
still do. Staples Center still does.
Yeah.
Why don't we bring everybody should be. I'm a commissioner of sports. There's my ick. Everybody has an organ.
I'll give you one more
There you
ick
go.
that you're not going to agree with.
Okay.
I don't like. Now, they do a good job of it, but I don't, as a sports fan, particularly love when the PA announcer has to tell me the most obvious thing. Time out, Lakers! Third down! I know.
Yeah, I know.
I should be loud.
It's a big moment.
Do I need?
I'm cheering. I don't need a reminder. I'll give you another one from NBA games too. When you could hear the voice track of defense.
Yeah,
That's
it's just all that stuff, and they
in like a weird robotic
pump
voice.
it in so loud. Isn't that
Yeah,
Utah?
dude, we
I
get it,
think
like-
Utah does that worse than anybody
so
else.
bad.
It sounds just like
Dude,
that.
it's so bad. And you're like, I know. Defense.
That was like a bad robot. That's
It was
exactly how it sounds.
It's very weird. I don't know who created that.
I also get mildly. I found out through the being at a Niner preseason game, my NFL team and my college team do the same thing. Every first down. Bah, 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 bah. And it's like they're already about to snap it on the next first down.
Chiefs didn't do it enough Saturday night.
This is a football nightmare,
Yes,
bro.
it is.
Oh. I remember being a student going, you guys do this every first
every
down?
time. Every time, huh? Hopefully doing it a lot, but sometimes
Well, we weren't doing it a lot on Saturday.
Not
I'll
enough.
tell you that.
Certainly not enough.
Millsack, full disclosure, I'm a diehard Beaver fan who also dies a little bit more inside every time Oregon wins. It's been rough, but honest question, we've seen what's happened to the Blazers post Paul Allen. What do you honestly think Oregon's future looks like post Phil Knight?
I think there's going to
don't
be an estate set up. Phil Knight doesn't dictate the talent on the
he's
team.
got a
donated
lot of
so
money,
much, and there's, I mean, they put some into an endowment beyond just, using the money as soon as he gives it to him for.
Let me
What did he just
clarify
give
that.
to the cancer? What did he just donate? $2 billion
billion
to
to
cancer?
HSU.
Like,
Yeah.
I don't think the money's going to dry
Let me also add,
anytime soon.
he doesn't dictate the team in terms of Dan Lanning knows the talent that they need to bring in.
Yeah.
Now, Kilkenny spends way more than people talk about.
Yes, he does.
There are, I think, through this Phil Knight booster run, you have now created even more boosters that spend even more money because, to Dan Lanning's point, you want to spend to win. I don't think that money's going to stop even once Phil, passes
We spend
away.
to win.
I think there's going to be something set up trust-wise, and I think you just look at the coaching staff to continue to bring in the right guys for whatever the right price
And
is.
also, what does the future of the sport look like, right? I mean, are we in a collective bargaining era when Phil Knight dies, or do we have a union of college players? Is it all money directly from universities through TV contracts? Like, that's the other part of it. We just don't know when that's all going to happen. But no, I think what I would say is if you're one of those who is hopeful, you hate Oregon so much that when Phil Knight dies, you're going to say, here begins the downfall of the program.
They're building a new facility right now.
I don't think you're going to get what your wish is. But
I don't
could be
think that
wrong on
person's indicating that. I think they're more
I
just
think he's
asking, are you
sure.
worried?
But I think there's fans like that exists out there of like, wait till Phil Knight goes away, and it's like, you think he's just going to, what do you think he's going to do with his money?
Isn't he worth like $100 billion?
He's got a lot of money, man. He just donated $2 billion for cancer research. Mail sack, 2 more quick ones. Did Arch Manning hurt his potential to win the Heisman this weekend? And did anyone else jump out to you guys for a Heisman candidate?
Nussmeier is probably, I think he's the betting favorite now, Nussmeier.
I just pulled it up on FanDuel. So Nussmeier's plus 800. If you're wondering where.
I think Sellers is going to be in this
Sellers
conversation.
is number 2. He's plus 1,000. Then it goes Carson Beck.
I don't think Arch is going to win it.
Gunnar Stockton is 4th in Heisman odds. What?
I think his numbers are pretty good. They blew out a nobody.
Dude, he didn't do a lot in that game.
Oh, really?
He was like he ran the ball a lot. He was like 14 of 24 for 100-something yards.
Oh,
and a
maybe it was
touchdown.
his running numbers I saw.
They had a long touchdown to Zachariah Branch. And Branch might end up being the game changer that they need on offense that they got from USC. I would go further down the list if I'm looking for a bet. John Mateer had a great opening game stat line wise.
They play Michigan this weekend too.
Devin Dampier, who we talked about going into the season at Utah, is a guy who I think is going to have a monster year for them. If they win the conference, he'll be in the mix. Castellanos at Florida State, you can get it plus 3,000. Like, there's guys a little bit. Jalen Daniels at Kansas. Like, those are the kind of guys I'd be more interested in putting bets in on than one of these front runners.
I totally hear that. The only thing I would say though is I'm a little hesitant to bet on the guys at Utah and Kansas.
Yeah, it's a longer shot, no doubt.
I think you need like a historical season the way Travis Hunter did, because it's largely going to be the big main player programs that get that kind of love.
No doubt about it. There's your meal sack every Tuesday, 9:15. We usually double dip, but we're not going to today because I'm going to get back into Oregon and Oregon State and the thoughts coming out of the first weekend of the college football season. Dan Lanning talked about the culture that his team has set from some of the signs that he saw on Saturday, and also a thought on Dante Moore's first game. And then Trent Bray was asked, why do you keep doing this? What's going on here? And he gave an answer after the game. So we'll hear from both Dan Lanning and Trent Bray. That's next. But first, here's us with a update.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
Brought to you by Mountaintop Metal Roofing. No maintenance, energy efficient, fire resistant, and a lifetime warranty. Do it once, do it right. Visit mountaintopmetalroofing.com. First on the Fan. What a day at Arthur Ashe Stadium for the women. It began with a blowout by Naomi Osaka, who took down Coco Gauff in straight sets in a little over an hour and looks to be back in the form that we saw when she won 4 Grand Slam titles. And then Venus Williams and Leylah Fernandez have paired together in women's doubles. They took out Ekaterina Alexandrova and Zhang Shui in straight sets, and their pairing has been one of the toughest tickets to get so far they played on the grandstand court, I believe.
Yeah, and Venus is asking her sister to show up. She's
giving
her support.
Calling out little sis.
The women's side of that bracket's getting interesting to see the matchups going forward. That was impressive what she did to Coco yesterday. How about this animal fact? I have a pet hamster. We had to take the cage out of my 9-year-old daughter's room because the wheel would wake her up and scare her. Hamsters run 8 miles a night on their wheel.
Dude, badass. Get him on the Hood of Coast team next year. Those things are cruising, man.
8 miles?
Speeding through. Couple of fun college football facts for you. Georgia Tech and Colorado played on Friday night. Fun little game. Brent Key got the win. That was Georgia Tech's first game west of the Mississippi since 2013.
That was a good game.
That was a fun little game.
Soldier missed a couple passes that were like, oh.
It was the first Colorado game against an ACC opponent since 2008.
That's nuts.
And then how about this? You knew where I was going to go. Nick Saban coached 230 games at Alabama, and he had a total of 4 losses to unranked teams. Kalen DeBoer matched that in 14 games. Just lost his 4th game to an unranked opponent, and this is the first time at any point in the season that Alabama has been below 500 since 2006.
Oof. More women's tennis, hamster, and college football fun facts in 30 minutes. Jason Swigart from the George McCoy Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The home of the EAM.
Well, we won't let it sidetrack the rest of the show, but Patrick Harris is out here heightening for his Great Notion Brewing pregame video, and, you know.
Not good in that community to heighten.
Not in that situation, no.
But also, like,
he's standing on a milk crate.
I don't know how Danny looks like he's 8 feet and Patrick is 3 feet.
I didn't realize he was that small. I felt like Patrick and I were the same. Are we not the same height?
No,
I don't feel like Danny's that much taller
Patrick
than me.
and Schulte are the shortest people on
Are
the
they?
fan. Yeah.
Well, he's a heightener. I'm disappointed in you, P. Harris, but I still love you. Still love you, dog.
I was listening to the boys this morning.
Let's hear from your head coach, shall we? What's up with all those late defensive line substitutions you guys got going on? Running them on, running them off, running them on, running them off.
That was I'm rooting for the team, and I'm like, yo, can you get off the field so we can play?
You take control of the pace of the game.
What?
You don't let the offense dictate it. Offenses will sub to try to get fresh players on the field and try to rush you. And within the rules, you get a chance to match that substitution. So anytime that Cal subbed, we subbed. And so it slowed down the game and slowed their pace down as they tried to dictate how the game was played. So that's why we did it.
How many points did they score?
I don't know.
I just like, okay.
Is he running a 2-3 zone? What are we doing?
15
I'm not in
34 is what Cal scored.
Not in a great place right now.
I don't blame you, man. I don't blame you.
I don't want to give a hot take, but I kind of do, but I won't.
I know. There was a lot of people tweeting us this weekend. Things are not great. They could use a win on Saturday. I'll just say that. An impressive win on Saturday. I know. It doesn't change
if they
the
win,
in life.
It's Fresno State, and you should win. And
I get it. I know. A loss this weekend might push everybody over the edge.
Oh,
you might. Most people might already be there.
There might be some people there now
that are.
Given
if
the
you're not all the way over,
yeah.
or you're just standing looking over, and if you lose at home to Fresno State and fall to 0-2, and then you're staring an 0-4 start in the face.
But if you beat
maybe
Fresno
0-5.
State and you lose the next two the way we all think you will,
yeah, I would say going
and
into
then
the
you
year,
lose to Houston,
sure,
you're still 1-4.
You are. That is very true. That is very true. Doesn't save anything.
Yeah,
maybe gives you another day to breathe.
Okay.
Here is Dante Moore made his start. Breaking news: Dante Moore is the starting quarterback for the Oregon Ducks. How about that? My sources have confirmed.
Yep.
Dante Moore under center. And here is the Danimal on Dante's first game starting behind center.
Yeah, I mean there was several. There were several plays. The big catch by Jay there over the middle, that was an opportunity for him to redirect the protection and slide it away from a load front, which is pretty unique. But he did a great job there and was able to hit an angle route there to Jay. But there were a lot of moments where, the first read wasn't there, and you see him going through the progression and getting to his second read, took care of the ball. There were very few ball in jeopardy type plays. I thought he made good decisions and looked really poised back there.
Could use and not do with some of those early game runs where he's taking hits. I'm like, is that really necessary against Montana State? But
well, one of those was his own doing. He ran for a first down and took a big shot. And
sometimes guys want to get hit to get into the feeling of a game. So there's that aspect of it too. Of like once the contact starts, then you feel like you're engrossed in the game.
We have become. It's interesting as football fans.
We're so soft, dude.
We kind of are.
We're so
we
soft.
always used to see a play and be like, yeah,
jacked up.
The quarterback does it. Can you not do that?
Dude, it's Montana State. Don't take any unnecessary hits, please. What did we make of Dante Moore in game one? Did what he's supposed to do?
Yeah, that's exactly what I thought. We talked about it on Friday. I said, wait, his stat line was 200-some yards and 3 touchdowns. Yeah. We'd say that's great.
But he looked in control, in command. A lot of that has to do with, obviously, the team around him versus what we saw at UCLA. But
without a doubt,
all of the things that we heard about was that he wanted to go to school and he wanted to learn, and all of those things looked like he was comfortable. He understood the game plan. He understood what they were trying to do, took his time. He didn't fall in love with one or two receivers. He spread the ball around. He was able to get off the first read to second and third reads when he needed to.
Hold this for maybe the Oklahoma State game, although I would argue you're not really going to have a real
You should not have a test until the end of
Penn
September.
State.
Yeah, you should not have a big test until in Penn State.
I would say one takeaway, and maybe this is, well, not maybe, I think partial credit to Dante on this. One of the bigger questions for them going into the year was the receivers, and albeit Montana State, and we'll see what Oklahoma State is this weekend, and then my beloved Beavers, I felt like targets were fine. They're hyper athletic. They seem like they're all kind of on the same page. DeCorian seems like he's going to be the real deal for them in year one. and Sadiq had a man NFL touchdown. So I think my takeaway was you didn't walk away going, man, those targets. Look,
Yeah.
it's Montana State, so it's hard to go too hard on that. But
hard to get a firm read on it.
I don't know if you're really going to have a clear-cut takeaway of Dante Moore as the quarterback until they go to Penn State.
Yeah, I'll echo what Swag said. He seemed very comfortable, and that's easy to do when you're not facing a lot of pressure and playing a team that you're better than literally everywhere on the field. So you take everything with a grain of salt in week one, but just the calm nature to him. Nothing seemed too quick. Didn't seem to rush through his reads. I love that Lanning pointed out, like, at the end of the game, and I think he might have even done it at halftime, they had their third drive where they got the block punt and they had to kick a field goal, where he had a play where he escaped the pocket, was rolling out, there wasn't really anybody open, and he decided to throw it away. And that's a play that Lanning celebrates because there wasn't anybody open, and let's get points and don't force the ball into the end zone.
And you understand time and situation.
Like, hey, whatever, take three. That's fine. And then there was the play that he highlighted that to me, it was the biggest highlight of Dante Moore, because I think it's the question that I have coming into the year with the new quarterback of, we saw Bo do it, we saw Dylan Gabriel do it as the year went on. Having the smarts to play the chess match at that position is a big part of playing that position at the highest level. And they had a third down early in the third quarter where it's third and long, I think on their opening drive of the second half. And he flipped the protection. He called an audible. You could see he saw a look from the defense. He knew what they were going to do. He adjusted everything around it, and they hit Jay Harris on an arrow route coming out of the backfield for a 50-yard gain on third and long. Like, those are the moments to me that stand out of, like, okay, he sees it. He's calling the right check. And yes, it gets different when you go on the road at Penn State. There's no doubt. I don't know if he's ready for that challenge yet. But little moments like that of more so than just throwing against air, which is what essentially he wasn't doing the entire game. Do you have the smarts to go chess match against other defenses? And that was a nice sign for me.
I think partially what we're doing, though, is, and we'll get to it when we get to that game at the end of September, is we're talking so much about Dante, and we should. But I think what we're maybe not overlooking, but not talking about enough, is when they go into Penn State, it's not just going to say, well, Dante. There are so many stud athlete players on this team now that he has filled out with the transfer portal and his own recruiting, that you're going to go into Penn State and you will say, okay, what's Dante going to be? And they can still overcome, even if he's not perfect, and win that football game.
Could be good enough around him.
Exactly. And I think that's the positive. I thought Lanning hit this in his press conference of, how do you get a guy that at UCLA played as a true freshman, had these urges to just rely on a big arm and make a big play, and at different points cost his team?
Yeah, threw a lot of picks.
And he basically said what you said of, we celebrate every good moment that doesn't get highlight reel material.
Yeah, here I got a bit on that. There was also some stuff on the downfield blocking. Last one from Lanning will play.
That's awesome because it's not natural, right? It's not natural. And he did it, but several guys did it in that game. And I'm really proud. We talked about after the game, I'm really proud of the effort that our guys gave. Like, you want to see people play 100 miles an hour. And I thought we had a lot of guys playing 100 miles an hour on Saturday. But the way you block, again, tells me how much you love your teammates. And that guy blocked really hard, right? And there were several guys that blocked really hard on Saturday. And then we found some moments where, some of us were buying a ticket and watching other people make plays instead of blocking, right? And those are the moments we got to continue to get better at and make sure that we're connected at the end of plays. But that was something probably early in the season last year we didn't do as good of a job of, and that was a big emphasis coming into this game. And at times we were going to the right people, at times we weren't, but we were finding ways to be connected at the end of plays, which is huge.
Just relentless effort. That's all you can ask out of your football team in week one. Mistakes will happen. Oregon had it, and now we find out what they do against Oklahoma State on Saturday. It's a bit of a dud weekend. And what time's the Beaver game on Saturday?
12:30 as well.
Oh, so they're both at the same time?
Yeah. Both at the same time. So get in your car early.
Yeah, 2 home games because that traffic's going to blow.
Suck.
Yeah. But one game might go longer into the fourth quarter, whereas the other one might be over.
I'll leave after the show, so I'll get back probably around kickoff, and there won't be any traffic.
Well, you'll have
no
way. Traffic leaving when you leave.
I'll leave pretty early. Yeah, that's. I hate when that happens.
I'm going to go through the full list today because I knew it was a bit of a dud weekend.
There's a couple of off the radar ones that I'm curious to see if they will become something or not.
There is one team. God, we'll get to it tomorrow. But there is a ranked team
we can
taking
do that next if you want, because I'm planning on the back half of the week being a lot of NFL with the season kicking off on Thursday, and then a full slate with a bad college football weekend slate this weekend.
Illinois at Duke.
Oh.
Duke gave up on Murphy, and people don't talk enough about that. And that kid came in this past weekend. I think he had 3 touchdown passes.
He looked very good. The
he
two-lane
looked
transfer.
Good, and now you're getting a ranked team into your building. Noon kick. Diaz had a 9-win season. just saying, like, if you're going to pant for something, how about
Maybe I'm
this?
paying for that one now. I might be paying for that game now. All right, let's get to this now. We
Okay.
got to go. We got to go. We'll get to that next. Also, one last bit of fun with audio from a coach who said, don't mess with our city. Boy, oh boy, did he back it up. And it connects to a local team. We'll get into that next. Close it up on the Fan.
AM.
Well, one coach and program learned something the hard way this weekend. But we'll get to Sprague's games to watch for college football this weekend.
I got a couple more.
So, looking at Oregon's schedule, they play Oklahoma State this weekend, which we talked about. Mike Gundy saying they spent $40 million on the roster last year. Dan Lanning said, you played UT Martin last week, so what the hell are you complaining about? The next week, do you know where Oregon goes before they play the Civil War? They have a conference game.
Yeah, they go to Chicago.
Chicago.
Yeah, I
For
said the
their
state
big
schools
nooner, their
consecutively.
first big nooner.
There's a big nooner game.
That's the worst team in the Power Four. And
So
it's
North,
not close.
Northwestern played Tulane this weekend.
They're worse than Stanford?
Yeah, they scored 3
Ooh.
points against a FC or a group of 5.
Yeah, they did. That would be a fun battle to the death.
Well, I guess technically Stanford didn't do much better against a group of 5 either.
Did Stanford play this weekend?
I don't
They
think
were
did.
completely off my radar. I don't know.
Well, let's check.
Yeah, go see if they played. So, anyways, Northwestern played on the road at Tulane. One of the things that I didn't even think about was it's the 20-year anniversary of Katrina. Did that ring a
I've been
bell in
seeing
your guys'
highlights
head?
of it.
I've been
Yeah.
seeing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
highlights the right
I thought I saw ESPN doing
sorry, yeah,
some sort of E60 or something.
Highlight package, top 10 moments. Your mind's on sports. I don't blame it.
I meant lowlights, man.
I know what
obviously.
you meant. You saying that was kind of funny.
Stanford did not play this week. No.
So Tulane hosted Northwestern. I guess 20 years ago in their first home game after Katrina. We all remember the Saints game, right? The Gleason block punt. Like nobody will ever forget that moment. Tulane, I guess, played a game and they decided to hey, rebirth of the city. They wanted to wear all whites. They did in 2005. They wore all white uniforms. City came together. They rallied and won the game. It's this big moment that I didn't know about until this weekend in Tulane football. Mm-hmm. Well, it's the 20-year anniversary of that. So their coach, I think it's John Summerall, I think is his name, reached out to Northwestern going into the game and was like, hey, man, it's a 20-year anniversary. We want to honor the Katrina stuff, and we'd love to wear all whites again. You know what Northwestern told him?
No.
Pound sand. Yeah. So we're going to wear all whites. We don't care about you. And here's Summerall after the game.
We wore the green helmets today for the 20th anniversary of Katrina. I'm going to say one thing. I'm not trying to take a shot, but we requested to wear white jerseys because that's what that team wore. It got denied by the other team. That's their prerogative. But when you show disrespect to the city of New Orleans, that's what's going to happen to you. You're going to run into a team like this. They had a chip on their shoulder because I wanted them to wear the same exact uniform that team wore 20 years ago. Request got denied. We might have used that for a little bit of motivation to represent the city. So don't disrespect New Orleans ever.
We got them, boys.
Damn, dude.
Dude, Northwestern couldn't score a touchdown.
No.
They threw 3 or 4 interceptions. I wanted 4 picks, had a fumble. They were a disaster.
Do you know who their quarterback is?
Oregon plays in 2 weeks. God, I watched the highlights of the game, I did the key
I forgot
play
about
thing.
this kid going
I can't remember. I know that
Preston Stone.
Thank you.
And by the way, Retzlaff played, and he had 10 carries for 113
ran all
yards.
over him. He shredded him on the ground.
Who needs to know the playbook when you can just run all over them?
Yes, that's who Oregon plays in 2 weeks. That should be a stiff challenge.
A little odd, I guess I didn't know who chooses what. I thought home team got to choose jersey.
I think they usually do, but in a case where you want to wear something different than what you traditionally wear, you need approval. I think you can choose.
Okay.
If we wanted to wear black or green or yellow, if you're Oregon, you could do whatever you want. But if Oregon wanted to wear all white
or cow colors,
they'd have to, or easy. They'd have to reach out. It's unnecessary low blow, but I get it. Lash
the only
out.
low blow I get.
You're mad at your dad. You're not mad at me.
I'm in football hell.
Well, and it might be something that gets negotiated in the non-conference games as part of the contract to do the game.
Because the team can't show Northwestern's going to pack their white uniforms if you don't tell them. So you got to give them a heads up of hey, can we wear whites this weekend? Can you guys pack your purples? And they said no.
You do have to ask: are they the worst team in the Power 4?
They're in the running. Stanford's pretty bad.
Yeah.
Let's not forget Bengal Branson is their starting quarterback.
Would you like to know 2 of the worst 12 quarterbacks in college football according to PFF metrics?
Yeah.
2 quarterbacks that have started for Oregon State the last 2 years: Malik Murphy and Bengal Branson. Branson was the worst graded out quarterback from week
really
1,
bad, dude.
week 0. And Malik Murphy was bottom 12.
He did really bad.
Here's a couple for you.
Yeah, what do you got this weekend?
Illinois at Duke.
Okay.
Keep that on your radar.
9 a.m. on ESPN.
Baylor SMU, and I don't like Baylor. I think Aranda sucks, but
it's a C-dub game. The WB.
I don't know if that talent profile.
It's only a 2.5 point spread.
How about Iowa State hosting Iowa?
Yes.
Iowa thinks they have a quarterback.
Yeah, I didn't see much of their game. They played Albany this weekend. That'll be one to keep an eye on.
Now, maybe they didn't throw much because they didn't have to.
They want to keep it in the bag.
And
I'll give you have much for stats.
I'll give you 2 more. Ole Miss at Kentucky. They lost to them last year at home.
They did.
And South Florida at Florida.
That's the one I'm looking at.
17.5 point underdog Bulls.
Boy Byram there.
There you go. Good little show.
And ASU at Mississippi State.
Did you see? Well, I got it, and I'll save it. You see Dillingham's comments about playing in Starksville yesterday? Starkville?
I
didn't
see Vegas.
They have to stay an hour and a half away from the stadium because the only hotels nearby are casinos. And he's like, dude, I'm not having my players stay at a casino the night before the game. That'll do it for us. If you missed any of the show, go check the podcast, 1051thefan.com, 1051thefan on Twitter, and at Dirt and Sprague on Twitter. We'll tweet it out as soon as we're done. Lots of thoughts on the Beavs, the Ducks, the Huskies, everything going on in college football. Thanks so much for being a part of our Tuesday. Thanks for watching on YouTube. Like the video, subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so yet. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 6 a.m. The Firm of Harris and Meringue with a heightener, Patrick Harris and Danny Meringue. Next, 1051 The Fan.